Remarkable! Incredible! Unbelievable!
Save! And Spark our champions! Stood up, Pepe! Goal!
It doesn't get any better than that!
Considering that the 2024 to 2025 season has officially resumed so far, this has been proven to be a fairly experimental one for Football Association Euro New York, who is focused on shrinking its losing away record, I should say home record today as a whole. FA Euro, who will have home field advantage, albeit away from its usual Brooklyn, and instead in Staten Island this morning, is set to encounter Bayside Football Club. The Rhode Islanders completed the more than 200-mile trek to get to New York City and are intent on returning to the Ocean State with a win to their name. I am Sean Cabrera. Behind the camera is Roberto Estrada, and you are watching part one of today's MLS Next triple header on Game in Frame. Bayside Football Club with the all-red kit, accompanied by some black details, in fact, the black half. Their goalkeeper will be wearing a neon green outfit. Meanwhile, FA Euro New York, the home side today, wearing an all-white uniform accompanied by black details as well. As FA Euro New York, with one last huddle, emerges onto the pitch ready. Their goalkeeper will be wearing an all-black kit. Bayside Football Club will get the ball rolling here as the referee takes a look at his clock. So live from Staten Island, this is the U13 MLS Next on Game in Frame between Bayside Football Club and FA Euro New York. It's Bayside that immediately launches the ball into the opposing third, and already a shot that nearly goes. In fact, it does go on target. Goal for Bayside within the opening 18 seconds. Well, one cannot deny that little bit of curl at the end of it. With some help from the field, that finesse shot perfectly finding its way into the bottom corner. A bang-bang play by the Rhode Islanders, and the away side is already up with the advantage 1-0 here over FA Euro New York. A well-deserved opening goal. Looked like it was going to trickle out. Perhaps the wind had helped it out a bit. Somewhat of a deceiving angle for all involved, but a tremendous goal it was. Of course, last week, FA Euro New York displayed possibly some of its best soccer as of late, even though the Brooklynites were facing a 2-0 halftime deficit versus Intercontinental Football Academy. Their determination in the second half resulted in an equalizing 2-2 scoreline before IFA sealed the 4-2 finish within the final 10 minutes. However, for now, it is the away Rhode Island side that has the 1-goal advantage. deservedly so, already launching the ball into the opposition's third, putting FA Euro New York on the back foot. It's the team in white that looks to reply now that they have a throw-in. Launched by Logan Gwynedd, excuse me. And already FA Euro New York has a free kick to its name, this one to be taken by either Mark Eisenberg or his compatriot. In fact, it will be just Eisenberg, as currently there are, give or take, 6 or 7 options within the 18-yard box or so. Maybe even more bodies, as this one is swerving toward the hands of the goalkeeper, who's forced to pounce on it. Some brave goalkeeping there, a ton of traffic. Speaking of which, we can go over the starting lineup for FA Euro New York. In goal is David Sheehan. Meanwhile, Pietro Ventura not playing today due to an injury as disclosed by his coach. So instead, it will be Dima Sinenki who will be filling in that position. Krish Reddy as well will be helping him out. Gwynedd as well will be part of that defensive back line, Logan Gwynedd. Meanwhile, Festus Howard playing in the midfield area alongside Lambert and Szyborowski, excuse me. Axel Pucheta is making his debut with this side. Likewise, Eisenberg, who was last seen taking a free kick, completes that midfield quintuplet, as we can say. And last but certainly not least are the strikers, of course, labeled here as Fishman and Rakowski. As the Rhode Islanders, once again in the final third, having to retreat just a tad, thinking about a cross here as the right winger forces Logan Gwynedd into really taking the ball away from him. Not an easy one-on-one to win. In fact, those two have gone neck and neck as that same winger wins back the ball from Gwynedd, headed forward by the Rhode Island side. Bayside Football Club at the end committing the infraction according to the referee's whistle. And of course, this side is coached by Adam Marco more precisely. As Sheehan gets himself ready for this free kick, give or take 10 yards away from his 18-yard box. Logan Gwynedd is the nearest option. Instead, the goalkeeper in black decides to lob it just past the halfway line. Another infraction committed by Bayside Football Club. Despite these fouls, it looks like FA Euro New York is not intimidated as this one enters its way into the 18-yard box, looking to slot it into the upper 90 of the near post. Instead, it goes out. So for FA Euro New York, not afraid to reply in any sort of way. Meanwhile, Bayside Football Club displaying a physical style of play that's quite admirable, as I believe that's the 4th foul in a row against the Rhode Islanders. And yet again, it will be Eisenberg setting himself up for this free kick, who dons number 19 on his back, crossing it inside the 18-yard box. A diving header that just nearly goes wide. Only barely missing the mark, almost catching the away side by surprise. Excellent service by Eisenberg, pinpointing it exactly where he had wanted. So far, the Bayside keeper has only had one save, or at most one intervention, as the referee signals for a goal kick. And we have some very chilly conditions here in Staten Island. Even though it says it's 42 degrees Fahrenheit, it feels like anything but due to the winds here. According to the weather reports, it feels like 25 degrees Fahrenheit. That being said, the winds are blowing, and quite hard as well, 17 miles per hour with gusts of up to 28. It's with Axel Pucheta. Axel cutting it inward. Axel still inside the 18-yard box, trying to go for a selfless play, hoping to feed Schwartzman, I believe. As this ball is punted up high, FA Euro New York trying to give Bayside a taste of its own medicine as Schwartzman was offside. Rakovsky. As this throw-in will be taken by Logan Wynyard. Logan. Deciding to launch it forward. Logan. Well, back-to-back throw-ins here for FA Euro New York, unable to really progress from that left-hand side of their perspective on the pitch. Axel Pucheta trying to feed it towards somebody, hoping that Rakovsky could have gotten a miraculous touch. Too much power behind it. Allows the goalkeeper in green to recover it. As the netminder in green and black tells his Ocean State compatriots to move farther up in the field. It's now with, I should say, Shebarovsky. Of course, this broadcast has been brought to you by Salt Athletic. Salt Athletic has made the Aircase the world's freshest, most advanced cleat bag that blocks smell by using antimicrobial technology that makes for odor-free car rides and houses. Salt Athletic is offering the Game and Frame community as well an exclusive discount. Of course, do scan the QR code to get 10% off and keep it fresh. As Bayside Football Club was hoping to find the second. Instead, it looks like it's game on right now for FA Euro New York, hoping to counterattack this away side as he escapes from 1-2, dashing all the way from his own end of the field, has to cross it, instead goes for a shot, the follow-up, goal for FA Euro New York, dashing all the way, a solo play, an incredible one at that. From coast to coast, Fishman punishes the away side, and it's 1-1 here between these two. Neither side going home with a clean sheet. A tremendous solo play by Fishman. So far we've seen 2 goals in this match of the highest caliber that require different skills, of course. One from just outside, if not just within the 18-yard box, to open up the scoreline within the opening 18 seconds or so. Meanwhile, Fishman practically generating an entire counterattack on his own. As Bayside enters inside the 18-yard box, Sheehan still within his 6-yard box. Goal line clearance is required. Once more crossed inside, Bayside Football Club. Not able to penetrate that white wall for now. Second chance perhaps, as it's played out wide. Toward the left-hand side, Sheehan was ready to intercept that cross. That centering effort now results in Festus Howard with some ball time, as FA Euro New York once more wins itself a throw-in. As it's launched forward, Festus Howard was trying to play it back. A little too telegraphed for the opposition, who fortunately for him is stalled by an FA Euro foul. And now by the referee's whistle, who didn't approve that quick free kick. And once more some pauses here, as Fishman, the goal scorer for FA Euro New York so far, was attempting to hunt down the ball. Instead, he allowed Festus Howard to interfere. The ball still inside the 18-yard box against FA Euro New York for Bayside FC, playing it toward the right-hand side. As that ball remains in play, Wynyard and that right winger both going at it, the defender doing his job. That being said, though, the winger does win possession via a throw-in. As this ball is crossed, now a shot taken from outside the 18-yard box. Sheehan rushes to the ball for a goal kick. A good effort from Bayside FC. Willing to take his chances. All we're missing here when it comes to a goal-scoring trifecta would be a volley. We've seen a counter-attacking goal by FA Euro New York. We've seen an amazing bottom corner curler by Bayside FC to initiate this game. As the team in red and black opts to play it toward the right-hand side. Guignard has been kept quite busy, as now he has some reinforcement, namely in the form of Caleb Lambert. And the first corner kick of this game goes in favor of Bayside FC. As the set-piece taker himself adjusts the angle of the sphere here. Will be an inward swinger, of course, judging by his stance. Left-footed one, going toward the far post, soaring over everybody's head. A borderline goal line save, once more, blocked just in front of Sheehan. And FA Euro New York avoids the concession of a second here within these opening 14 minutes. Scoreline is 1-1. As Bayside is trying to keep the Brooklynites on the back foot. Sheehan only had to shuffle a little bit on his goal line. Firm hands from the number 1. As Sheehan tells his teammates to move up farther in the field. He has to be careful here not to waste too much time with the ball in his hands. Some referees are lenient, others not so much. As this one is booted forward by Axel Pucheta. Axel once more. Played out wide. Fishman hunting down that sphere. And his efforts are paid off, in fact, as Eisenberg now trying to engineer something together. And unfortunately for FA Euro New York, the right winger in that circumstance was offside. I believe it was Chabarovsky. As now Bayside FC forcing a pass back all the way to the goalkeeper in black, Pucheta, not able to get to the ball first. Still with Bayside, who has been ingenious on the ball at this moment. Bayside inside the 18-yard box, trying to play it back out wide, hoping for another crossing option. Instead, Festus Howard able to use his physicality to win back the ball. Still with Bayside FC. Second chance, perhaps. No, some interference once more by the back line by Shabarovsky. As now Joshua Fishman receives a pass from Logan Guignard. And the assistant referee signals for yet another offside. So far, an excellent response by FA Euro New York, who admittedly has been forced to soak up the pressure at this moment. That being said, however, they have been able to retaliate, as Bayside FC had the ball rolling, had it moving. It wasn't a bad idea at the end by the midfielder, using the top of his head to knock the ball forward. So FA Euro New York, in the first half of the season, attained 1 victory and 2 draws. As that's a grounded pass. Fishman once more on the ball, already has 1 goal to his name, drops the shoulder, a sliding challenge just lateral to him. Excellent to stall the forward. In fact, Bayside, likewise, with some defensive proficiency, as the goalkeeper is forced to play it toward Logan Guignard, who ultimately and temporarily loses possession. As that's Chris Reddy, who is hoping to apply pressure alongside Logan. And Logan at the end does just enough to shield the ball away from his opposition. So as aforementioned, FA Euro New York is returning from a 4-2 loss to Intercontinental Football Academy. They also had the same losing result versus FC Westchester. However, both games had the same sort of feel to it. It was never a runaway in either of those games. Again, we go back to the IFA game. simply because a 2-0 halftime deficit followed up by a 2-2 equalizer with 10 minutes left is nothing to scoff at, as Bayside, unable to penetrate that back line, specifically Guignard, as the target man in this case, is unable to receive the pass. That's Rakowski. As Rakowski backs up. Throw-in is taken toward the nearest part of the sideline, and miscommunication there between the backline members. FA Euro New York hoping to take advantage perhaps of this small gift, and I believe they were unable to do so. Or no, according to the referee's motion, it will be a corner kick for FA Euro New York, the first of its kind for this side. They've already had a handful of free kicks. This corner kick played short toward Fishman. Fishman dribbling it forward with the left foot, crossing with that same exact foot. Fishman, oh, his cross is finished. That's Chris Reddy who blasts it. It's 2-1 for FA Euro New York. Fishman involved in both goals, and Bayside FC now has to surmount a 1-goal deficit in this first half. A turnaround for FA Euro New York. That being said, Bayside FC is a very powerful side, especially when it comes to the defensive part of the game. So Fishman so far with a goal and assist to his name. Logan now in possession of the ball, sharing it with a nearby midfielder in the form of Caleb Lambert. As Axel drives it forward, it's Fishman looking for his third goal contribution. Fishman, oh, he's fouled perhaps by the goalkeeper. So the goalkeeper was forced to exit his 18-yard box. He receives a booking, a yellow card. Fishman continues writhing on the ground. Goalkeeper was forced into a very desperate situation, forced into sweeper keeping. As Fishman is back up on his own 2 feet, maybe temporarily had the wind knocked out of him. And this is the closest free kick we've seen so far for FA Euro New York, one from exactly 19 yards away from goal, as he faces a 4-man wall. It's the same player in neon green cleats. It's Fishman. Joshua Fishman, with about 6 options inside the 18-yard box, was thinking about the far post, hoping that Mark Eisenberg could have dove in. Instead, it goes toward nobody, and it will be a goal kick. Despite receiving the booking, the goalkeeper did absolutely the right thing at the very end. You could only do so much as the guardian between the sticks. And instead of the scoreline being 3-1 at this moment, it's still 2-1 in favor of FA Euro New York, thanks to Chris Reddy taking advantage of a Joshua Fishman cross. As Logan Guignard takes his time with this throw-in, somehow nearly found its way inside the 18-yard box, served back up. This is Festus on the ball. Festus Howard avoids one, passes before the second defender could take it away. Rakowski, as Axel has the ball taken away from him. Hoping for a dream debut, I imagine, in either the form of an assist or a goal for Axel. As that's a through pass that Dima Sinenki should be able to control, in which he does, playing it all the way back to his goalkeeper, who with his first touch immediately boots it forward, as Rakowski was offside. Nearby the halfway line, give or take 10 yards away from that part of the pitch. Rakowski playing the low pressure game for now, and that does just enough to force the misplay. FA Euro New York not looking to waste too much time now, trying to take advantage with the momentum, especially with the wind blowing against them, I believe. FA Euro New York, second chance, going toward the far post. Oh, that almost turns into a fruitful cross. According to the assistant referee's flag and referee's whistle, he's deemed offside. Bayside FC with a very promising start to this game, forced to play from behind for the first time so far. As now Mark Eisenberg is thinking about this free kick from the opposition's half, as we're seeing some substitutions. Festus Howard as well as Rakowski have been replaced for now. As we'll confirm shortly who has entered the game. This one inside the 18-yard box, still with FA Euro New York. It's Fishman going for a left-footed shot toward the near post, hoping to stun the netminder. However, the goalkeeper in green read it thoroughly. As Patrick Ivory, one of the latest entries in this game, hoping to contribute both defensively and offensively now that his team has possession. As it's crossed inside, booted away by Bayside. Still with FA Euro New York. As I believe that's Ruben on the ball, the number 11. So Patrick Ivory and Ruben, the two latest entries in this game, both getting involved with some ball touches defensively and offensively at this moment. As Chris Reddy, who already has a goal to his name as well, playing at with a much higher line, I should say. In fact, all 10 outfielders for FA Euro New York are in the enemy half. As Bayside is able to steer this ball away for a goal kick. Again, one could never sleep on Bayside, although this is a misplay perhaps, as FA Euro New York inside the 18-yard box. It's Patrick Ivory who takes advantage for the 3-1 scoreline. Only entering the game just about 2 to 3 minutes ago, and Ivory already makes an impact. 3-1 in favor of FA Euro New York. First goal as well, not directly involving Joshua Fishman. Ivory with a soaring finish. And suddenly it appears that FA Euro New York is in its element here. Still, it's only a 2-goal lead. Still anybody's game, especially with this first half. Just about 10 minutes left in this first half, excluding stoppage time, as in FA Euro New York players down on the ground. It was Caleb Lambert, the referee, ensuring he's all right. He's back up on his own 2 feet. And the gusts here have gotten stronger in Staten Island. We're looking at 30-mile-per-hour gusts, still with 17-mile-per-hour winds, but one could certainly feel it here. On paper, it shouldn't be thermal-wearing weather, if you ask me. Yet this wind says otherwise. We might as well be playing in Chicago. As Eisenberg serves this ball into the final third, one that Axel Pucheta is unable to get to initially. Some classy movement by Caleb Lambert, who faces a trio of defenders. He's forced into retreating the ball toward Dima Sinenki. Well, you could see what he was going for, trying to feed Joshua Fishman over toward the right-hand side, hoping that the through pass could have penetrated or at least split apart the left back and the left center back. Instead, it goes out for a goal kick as Axel Pucheta, as well as his teammate, both replaced for now. That teammate specifically being Shaborowski, as we'll confirm shortly, who has re-entered the game. As Beckett Harris is one of them, as Logan attempts a left-footed cross. It's with Harris momentarily. Goalkeeper forced into clearing it toward the wider ends of the field. And the final touch goes against Bayside Football Club. Eisenberg is the nearest throw-in option. Logan lobbing it just a little bit further. Great first touch by Logan. Playing it back to Caleb Lambert. Caleb, with the help of Logan, recovers the ball. A little bit fortunate there for FA Euro New York, as Beckett Harris is unable to keep it in play. As head coach Adam Marku of this FA Euro New York side, the U13 squad, telling his team to reply even better. Again, this team last weekend more precisely, on the losing end of two games in which one could argue FA Euro New York played just as well as the victor. In other words, this U13 squad of FA Euro New York was simply not as lucky as Chris Reddy, with some somewhat physical defending, is able to win back the ball for his side, albeit through a throw-in, as Patrick Ivory, with some right-footed control, plays it toward Beckett Harris, who instead faces a crunching tackle by Bayside Football Club to stall the game for now. Patrick Ivory, unable to really pull the trigger for a second time here, already has one goal to his name, taking advantage of a misplay by Bayside FC. With Caleb Lambert now. Caleb, right-footed dribbling, escapes from 2, 3, if not 4, all simultaneously, but it goes out in vain, as Bayside FC wins itself another goal kick. So this is just the first game in Frame's MLS Next triple header today. Although Joshua Fishman almost interrupts this promo reading, of course, as Eisenberg, right-footed shot, blocked very well by the center back. So, of course, these same teams' U14 squads go head-to-head directly after this match at 12:20 p.m., and the U15 ones do the same at 2:20 p.m. As now Bayside FC with a chance to maybe make it 2-3. Instead, it's a fantastic tackle by Logan Guignard, as FA Euro is still not out of the woods. Or perhaps I've spoken too soon. Eisenberg. That's a filtered pass making its way toward Patrick Ivory. Instead, the goalkeeper recovering it just inside his 18-yard box. Tomorrow will also feature another MLS Next trilogy as FA Euro and Metropolitan Oval Academy cross paths. The U13 rosters meet at 10:30 a.m. The U14s meet at 12:20 p.m. and the U15s meet at 2:20. And after MLS Next action, the American Premier Soccer League takes center stage. Manhattan Celtic and Hoboken FC attempt to break their tie on Metropolitan Conference points at 4:30 p.m. And in the Delaware River Conference, Kensington SC challenges Real Central New Jersey in an 8 p.m. fixture. All these matches will be broadcast exclusively here on Game in Frame, your home for grassroots soccer, as Bayside FC, with a nifty cross at the end that's stopped by FA Euro New York, and this will be a free kick for FA Euro. For those who are perhaps confused as to why the player had committed a handball infraction, thinking it had already crossed the boundary. A simple and understandable mistake, as Patrick Ivory and Joshua Fishman are both inside the 18-yard box. It will be Fishman. Fishman, left-footed, chips it! Fishman with now 2 goals and 1 assist to his name. A force of nature Joshua Fishman has been. Offensively, he has been untouchable so far. As now the scoreline reads 4-1 in favor of the local side. Fishman with a graceful finish. A left-footed chip. And just as we were talking about with FA Euro and its 4-2 defeats this past weekend, one could also say the same here for Bayside FC, who has been responding well. In fact, even initiated this game well. The away side supporters certainly hoping for another goal here to at least change the tide, or shift the tide, better said, change the momentum. But with no red jersey around, this could be Joshua Fishman's hat-trick moment, as I believe he was offside. Forced into letting that ball go, the assistant referee was ready to raise her flag. As the ball just soars over the head of a midfielder, an FA Euro New York player slips. That was Dima Sinenki, so now the back line. Just a touch vulnerable, as the referee blew the whistle for an infraction here against FA Euro, as this free kick is played speedily. Inside the 18-yard box it goes, as he's offside. Sheehan already had it covered with a sliding block save. Scoreline remains 4-1 here, as we are within the final minute of regulation time in the first half. So we'll see how much stoppage time the referee would like to aggregate. I could only imagine it would be a minute at most. Booted forward by Sheehan. The referee allowing play to go on. It would have been a handball. However, he's lenient, allowing advantage to take its place. Bayside, as the Ocean State representatives are unable to beat Logan Wynyard and company. Logan, a left-footed clearance, bouncing off the upper elbow of Patrick Ivory. Can't really do much about those. Patrick Ivory trying to argue that his arm was in a natural position. I believe the assistant referee and the lead referee got it right, though. Just a scenario of tough luck, as Bayside FC hopes to shrink that 3-goal deficit. In fact, they should still be able to retain possession here. An immediate cross, left-footed, dealt with by Logan. As now Patrick Ivory was able to shield the ball away momentarily. Back with the goalkeeper, who's well outside his 18-yard box. It's Joshua Fishman, who looks to take advantage for a third time. Fishman dribbles away from two, pauses. Fishman, selfless piece of play toward Patrick Ivory. Patrick Ivory dancing, still with FA Euro, though too many touches perhaps at the end costs them a 5th goal in this first half, as the referee blows his whistle for halftime. And currently, the halftime scoreline reads as follows: Bayside FC 1, FA Euro New York 4. Stay with us as we show the plays of the week, halftime analysis, and of course, the second half. This is MLS Next on Game in Frame.
Bonviel has the ball, takes a shot, rips it from outside the 18 and goal!
From perhaps that defensive error. Still with Paxton. Paxton to toward Dagan. Dagan inside the 18-yard box. Dribbles away from 2, 3. Dagan! Goal for Brooklyn United!
Right-footed, and it's Rich. He could have it. Oh, a reaction save there from Watson.
Through ball excellent by Olkini, as Kevin chips the goalkeeper. 4-1.
Ball still in, Intercontinental, top of the box with a shot. Sean with the save, still there. Sean with the second save. Excellent work from Sean.
Try to be taken down. Johnson onto the left foot. Has Jalot. Jalot for game, set, and match. It's bit wide, and it's in. Game, set, and match.
There's a gap here on the left side for the Pacifians to exploit. It's slotted through. Matthew Forster, first chance of the game. and it's buried by Matthew Forster.
Tyler now on their right. Side with a great ball, trying to find Sasha. The shot and a goal! What a beautiful build-up by F.A. Euro!
There it is, towards the captain. He goes over in the box. A shot comes in, and again Webster.
Distributes the ball. Luchini moves it on to El Handawi, who slips it through to King. And there it is, slotted again.
An incredible bit of skill there from Gladys.
Intercontinental will make their move. It's a shot, and it's in. That is unbelievable from Intercontinental. Beautiful shot into the upper 90.
Oh, Diamba! Oh, off the crossbar. They're claiming goal. It's goal! Diamba opens the scoring. Back to Asher Rushevsky, left-footed pass toward Quincy Strauss-Figueroa. Thinking about a curler. Quincy Strauss-Figueroa!
Loose ball from Mario finds the feet of Gladys, who in turn lets his winger loose. Kovacic lets the ball forward, 3-0, just like that.
Can he be the hero? And he can! Goal!
My name is Austin Brummett. I'm a men's soccer player at San Diego State University, and I play forward. The Salt Air Case helps block odor from my cleats when I'm driving in my car or when I'm keeping my cleats inside my house, so I don't have to worry about it stinking up my room. It helps me keep track of my cleats and my shin guards, so I know that they're together, and I don't have to worry about tracking them down or losing them or stressing out about where they are. I would definitely rock this, walking to the games, walking around to my trainings. And it's super helpful for travel. When I travel in the airport to go to away games, it's not going to stink up my backpack or stink up the plane where I'm sitting. Magnetic strip on the top is super easy to open to take my cleats out and to put my cleats back in. I think it's an essential part of my outfit for soccer, and it helps keep all my stuff organized and stink-free.
That's a good bit forward there by Spalding. It's gone for a spacious shot! It's magnificent by Spalding!
As the second half is ready to go, in terms of action. However, let's talk about the halftime analysis here, which of course has been brought to you by Salt Athletic. Salt Athletic has made the Aircase the world's freshest, most advanced cleat bag that blocks smell by using antimicrobial technology that makes for odor-free car rides and houses. Salt Athletic is offering the Game and Frame community an exclusive discount, so scan the QR code on your screen to get 10% off and keep it fresh. As FA Euro New York, eager to start the second half with a 4-1 advantage. However, let's recall how this game started with the opening 18-second goal being scored by Bayside FC. However, suddenly as the first half progressed, FA Euro found its rhythm with the opening goal being scored by Joshua Fishman, who assisted the second goal via a cross toward Chris Reddy. Eventually, Patrick Ivory would get his name involved in the scoreboard, coming off the bench and being actually the goal scorer just a minute or two later after appearing off the bench, as aforementioned. And of course, the last goal was scored by Joshua Fishman with a left-footed chip over the goalkeeper to make it the scoreline that we see now. So what do both sides need in order to secure a win here? So let's start first, of course, with Bayside FC, who started the game off very well. But as the game went on, just some moments where the rhythm was interrupted. So for starters, Bayside FC must recuperate that aforementioned rhythm and tempo on the ball. And in doing so, that will reduce the likelihood of errors. Offensively, Bayside has been relatively solid. Just simple errors, just simple matters of concentration. As soon as Bayside FC can ameliorate that, just like in this situation with the far post shot that just barely misses the mark. Bayside deserved that 4-2. Just inches wide. Talking about concentration. The right winger doing everything in his power to curl that toward the far post. Had it come any closer, it certainly would have shaved the woodwork. As Sheehan gets ready for the goal kick. So in other words, improving concentration, merely a psychological matter, always a fixable problem for Bayside FC, who's down in the scoreline 4-1. Second chance, going toward the near post. And this further proves my point about being offensively solid, as Bayside FC wins itself a throw-in. Starting off this second half with a lot of fire at this moment. One shot on target, one shot off target that just barely missed. Crossed inward inside the 18-yard box. Gwynyer needed some help. Still with the Ocean State visitors. Crossing it, lobbing it toward the far post to finish it, just barely missing once more. The forward doing everything right. Scoreline, however, remains 4-1. Trying to delicately lob it over the goalkeeper. Not trying to blast it. Just inches above the bar once more. As Sheehan aligns himself for this goal kick. As that's a driven pass by Caleb Lambert. It's Joshua Fishman, who has 2 goals and 1 assist so far in this cold weather affair. The first of 3 today, as Logan Gwynyer is able to strip the ball off his opponent. So of course, straight after this match, the U14 platoons go head-to-head at 12:20 p.m. Likewise, after that, circa 2:20 p.m., the U15 squads of both Bayside FC and FA Euro New York go head-to-head. Tomorrow will also feature another MLS Next trilogy, as FA Euro and Metropolitan Oval Academy cross paths. The U13 rosters would meet at 10:30 a.m., the U14s at 12:20 p.m., and the U15s meet at 2:20 p.m. tomorrow. And after MLS Next action, the American Premier Soccer League takes center stage. Hoboken FC and Manhattan Celtic attempt to break their tie on Metropolitan Conference points, as Joshua Fishman is offside. Not by much, however. Still the right decision, that being said. Continuing with the Metropolitan Conference and the tie between Hoboken FC and Manhattan Celtic, that match will take place at 4:30 p.m. Meanwhile, Rouse Central New Jersey welcomes Kensington SC in a Delaware River Conference affair in an 8 p.m. fixture. All these matches will be broadcast exclusively here on Game in Frame, your home for grassroots soccer. As Bayside gets the ball rolling once more, it's Chris Reddy who's forced to defend the wider parts of the field, the wider parts of his third, and he does so well, putting everything on the line, doing just enough to seize and stall the offense of Bayside. Bayside, just outside the 18-yard box, cleared forward by Axel, making his debut with FA Euro. Joshua Fishman filtering that pass toward the left wing. Joshua Fishman now involving himself, dashing forward. Looks like there was a slip there against Patrick Ivory. Not much you can do about those, simply unfortunate. And Bayside FC looking to capitalize perhaps. Bayside. Another through pass. A nice one at that. A shame for Bayside that it didn't connect, as the gusts do build up here. Again, 17 mile per hour winds, 30 mile per hour gusts in this part of New York City and Staten Island. Often labeled the forgotten borough. But today this will be surely a match that FA New York would like to remember. As Axel Pucheta boots that ball past the halfway line. It's with Patrick Ivory. Patrick Ivory, who has one goal to his name so far, encounters a defender who astutely takes the ball away from him. Some very firm defending from that left center back. Not very easy to take the ball away, especially when you're coming in from behind. Accelerating at the very last second to seize the ball away from Ivory, who was hoping to see his name for a second time here in the scoreboard. As Chris Reddy slightly misread the bounce, as Sheehan, in accordance with the assistant referee, noticed the offside positioning. So he will have a free kick within his own 18-yard box, unless somebody else would like to take it, as Dima Sinenki does stand over it. And according to the referee, the offside had occurred just outside the 18-yard box, give or take 5 yards. As Sheehan with a dagger pass, Dima Sinenki trying to switch sides with that pass. Logan thinking about whom he should transfer this ball before the referee signaled for yet another infraction against Bayside Football Club. Again, I am Sean Cabrera. Behind the camera is Roberto Estrada, and we both thank you for tuning into this transmission of U13 MLS Next on Game in Frame. As Sheehan aligns his teammates for this ground-driven free kick, one that Chris Reddy gets the last touch on for now before Logan wasn't really able to roam for much, but wins his side a throw-in in his own half. Although Bayside FC hasn't attempted a shot within the past 5 minutes, one can't really forget about the opening minutes of this second half, as well as, of course, the first half, where, as previously stated, the Rhode Islanders demonstrated a fiery start. Of course, for Bayside, there was a goalkeeping change, as the Rhode Islanders played along the left-hand side, where Caleb Lambert received some reinforcement. Patrick Ivory getting the last touch on the ball. perhaps one could hear the winds through the mic. (42°F) says the weather report. It feels like, however, is much below that. It apparently feels like 23°F now, as the sun is out and about. Or perhaps I've spoken too soon as a cloud covers it. A case of the commentator's jinx as Bayside FC plays in the shade toward the far side. These winds are certainly enough to blow away even perhaps a St. Bernard. These are very strong winds. One that perhaps forces that misplay at the end against Bayside FC. As Sheehan gets ready for a goal kick. Sheehan taking his time, burning a couple seconds before lobbing this one toward the vicinity of Lambert, who likewise has Eisenberg helping him out in the neutral third. Once more with FA Euro New York. Good hustling play as Patrick Ivory receives the pass from Vitaly Yusufov. Cut inward by Eisenberg, hoping for a weak foot cross. And Bayside FC with some nifty passes. Sinenki involved in the clearance, throwing for Bayside. There's a shove in the back, very evident. Good job on the Bayside FC forward for drawing the infraction in the first place, knowing that that was a competitive ball. As Joshua Fishman once more opting for the low pressure. Josh already scored a goal like that. In fact, Patrick Ivory as well from 2 missed plays. Both with similar finishes, as Ivory powerfully lobbed it over the goalkeeper. Meanwhile, Joshua Fishman likewise elegantly chipped it with his left foot over the goalkeeper. And both 2 missed passes within the opposition's third. That being said, this has been a quiet second half so far. All 5 combined goals arriving within the first 35 minutes. As FA Euro attempts to filter that pass. Unfortunately for the Brooklynites, playing in Staten Island, Bayside FC was prepared for that sort of transfer effort. Bayside retreating back to its own back line, let alone its own half. As now Joshua Fishman made sure to remain onside, knocks it forward with his head. Fishman stalling, now inside the 18-yard box. Left-footed shot, trying to finish it miraculously. It would have been magnificent, but the scoreline remains the same, 4-1. And if I'm not mistaken, that's FA Euro's first shot in this second half. As Fishman is clearly ravenous, clearly hungry for that hat trick. 2 goals to his name, 1 assist. Looking for the coup de grace for them to make it 3 for him. As FA Euro wins itself a throw-in. As Dima Sinenki has to launch this ball against the 30-mile-per-hour gusts. Axel punting this one well away from his half toward Patrick Ivory. as Avri was unable to keep the ball alive. Just about 23 minutes away from the full-time whistle here with no stoppage time, as this is a long-range effort by Eisenberg that the goalkeeper can collect. Some very mobile goalkeeping there. A quick sprint or two, and the goalkeeper doing well to not allow Joshua Fishman and co. a chance at a fifth goal. Not impossible, again, for Bayside FC to come back in this game and equalize the scoreline. A daunting task, perhaps. Impossible? No. You never know in this sport. As FA Euro concedes a corner kick, I believe, if not a throw-in. So it's a throw-in adjacent to the corner kick flag, essentially. A lobbed cross hitting the side netting. Almost a cross-gone shot. One that Sheehan had all under his control. As the referee marches over toward Sheehan, maybe telling him to hurry up with the goal kick. He's already burned a couple seconds. As Sheehan aligns the ball to his liking, lobs this one. Lots of bodies practically sardined, if not anchovy, together right there. I counted, give or take, 6 overall players, all going for that same ball. As we are expecting 2 changes for FA Euro New York, and that is in fact accomplished as Patrick Ivory goes back to the bench alongside Beckett Harris. Rakowski enters the game once more alongside his teammate as Bayside forces Sheehan into a rudimentary stop. Not really a save. Merely just his interception on what would have been a far post cross. Sheehan punting the ball straight from his hand as Bayside forces the play out wide toward FA Euro's left-hand side, and it's Logan Wynyard who was able to slide his way into a stop. Bayside trying to energize this second half with a goal of its own. In fact, when it comes to at least shot taking here in the second half, Bayside has certainly outnumbered FA Euro New York. Eisenberg playing it forward, using his forehead, in fact, as Rakowski decelerates, takes his time, beats one defender, has to beat him again. Instead, one would believe he had drawn the foul, and I believe he did. So Rakowski draws the foul. It's a free kick for FA Euro New York, as the set piece taker, Mark Eisenberg, has give or take 5 options to choose from. Eisenberg, right-footed cross toward the edge of the 18-yard box, was never really going to harm Bayside FC. Eisenberg with the second chance, trying to play it out wide. Eisenberg was hoping that Oliver Vasquez could have done something with it. Rakowski just merely letting his presence be known in that back line, who lobs his pass. That's a gorgeous through pass, one that Sheehan must exit his 18-yard box to clear. A marvelous through pass down the middle, down the side, I should say. As there's a handball committed against or by, I should say, Bayside FC. In this cold weather match, where FA Euro New York is on a hot streak of goals in this game, commenced this game with the concession within the opening 18 seconds, a concession of goal, of course, playing from a 1-0 scoreline or deficit, and scoring 4 unanswered goals since then, all of which coming in the first half. Joshua Fishman taking the ball away. Fishman inside the 18-yard box. Fishman for the hat trick is able to find it. Fishman with the very well-deserved hat trick, involved in nearly every single one of FA Euro New York's goals. And he finally has a triplet of his own, 3 goals to his name. Fishman with a heroic performance, no doubt. Scoring now the latest goal to make it 5-1 in favor of FA Euro, despite the fact that Bayside FC has outshot this home side in a somewhat one-sided manner in the second half. As Dima Sinenki, he committed a penalty. That's an infraction. A shove in the back. That's never going to win the ball, and that's a very evident penalty. Referee wasted no time consulting the assistant. A shove in the back like that, especially in a one-on-one scenario, will always result in a penalty. As Bayside attempts to shrink this 4-goal deficit. And one could consider this penalty as inevitable. Bayside has outshot FA Euro in the second half. The penalty finds its way, blasting it toward the bottom corner. Sheehan diving on top of the ball. He puts it away from the referee, booting it forward, gets himself a free booking. As the referee had already warned Sheehan to stop with the time wasting. Number 1 earning himself a yellow card. In reality, one could argue that there really was no need for that. A very calm penalty scored by Bayside FC to break the FA Euro New York goal scoring streak here in this match. One that makes it 5-2. Slotted toward the bottom corner, as sweeper keeping is necessary here for Bayside FC. It's really a matter of situational awareness when you think about it. With a 3-goal advantage, there's hardly a need to do those gamesman-like tactics. Although, of course, this comes with time and experience. As just a little under a quarter hour remains in this U13 fixture, as Eisenberg lobs this one once more toward the edge of the penalty area. Bayside FC with a simple clearance, just to hold down at least the offense of FA Euro New York. Playing it toward Fishman, who already has a hat trick to his name, as well as 1 assist. FA Euro, Eisenberg, with some help in the form of Festus Howard, I believe. And the referee's whistle is blown, in fact, for an offside infraction. The scoreline indicates an FA Euro New York heavily inspired game, and one cannot deny that. However, one could also argue that Bayside FC does deserve some goals to its name. Outshooting its opponent in this second half. And although the Rhode Islanders are not outscoring their opponent, given the clear 5-2 scoreline, it should be a lot closer. It almost feels like a 5-4 game in reality. I suppose one could say that FAU New York's luck has changed, at least in this game, given the current standing. FAU New York this last weekend, as previously stated, lost 4-2 to both FC Westchester and Intercontinental FA of New England. And in both games, there was a sentiment that FAU New York really deserved, if not the win, at least a draw. And I keep going back to that IFA game because that second half from FAU New York after a 2-0 first half was nothing but inspired and inspiring, period. To equalize at 2-2 within the final 10 minutes, only so that the New Englanders would once again secure the advantage with a 4-2 final. As Rakowski is beaten on that dribble. Very well done by the fullback on the left-hand side for Bayside. In fact, looking for an assist now, if not a quote-unquote pre-assist. Played back, selfless piece of play. Maybe a cross, if not a pass-gone shot. One that Sheehan had also under his control. Good passes all throughout by Bayside FC, especially in the second half. Conceding only one goal so far, scoring one goal as well. It's a race for the ball that the goalkeeper indirectly wins given the pass from his fullback. As Bayside trusts the footwork of its center back. Now it's fullback on the right-hand side. We're within the final 10-minute range here, where it reads 5-2. Bayside FC aren't too far away from pulling off a miracle. Offensively being the better team arguably in this second half. In fact, I do believe Bayside FC has had more possession in this second half than FAU New York. As the visitors from New England, specifically Rhode Island, have a free kick just a yard away by the halfway line. Still inside their own half, however, as the fullback feints what would have been a lob through pass and instead plays it back to the back line. As the Bayside coaching staff indicates a clear need to push the ball forward instead of back. And especially with this 5-2 scoreline, and what feels like at least a stalemateable game, one could understand the coaching staff's sentiments. Sheehan with the clearance now, playing it toward that left-hand side. Sheehan, hoping that Roman Kellerman could do something about that. Still some cold conditions here. Although it's gotten a little bit warmer thanks to the sun at this moment. And frankly, I do hope it stays that way. I'm sure camera operator here, Roberto Estrada, agrees with me, as he slightly nods his head with a smile as well. It even goes as far as to say as the parents would agree with me. Rakowski pressuring that fullback into a pass all the way back to the netminder. Switching sides here with the pass from the left to the right. These passes have been accurate lately for Bayside FC. However, FAU New York's lockdown of the middle third is making it difficult for Bayside to penetrate into the enemy half, at least as the second half has progressed. These passes have really been from defender to defender, defender to defender. As once more the right back receives the pass from his center back. And so far this chain remains unbroken, trying to gradually wear down that defensive third as they finally attempt a slightly lobbed pass toward the wider ends of the middle third. But the Winds push the ball well out of bounds. An attainable pass, one that's soft enough, made quite fast due to the winds here. As the goalkeeper has time to think about this one, he could collect it back into his own 18-yard box. And instead he rolls it into his penalty area to play toward a nearby center back. As now Bayside FC has a counterattack of its own that's halted by FA Euro, by Caleb Lambert, not once but nearly twice. Slowing them down just enough. Bayside FC inside the penalty area, hoping to get itself another penalty. Instead, a shot that's blocked by FA Euro. Two players blocking that shot simultaneously. Festus Howard trying to take the ball back for his own. Sheehan with an easy save. The referee looking at his stopwatch to indicate how much time is left. We're not too far away now from the 70th minute, as Sheehan punts this one forward beyond the halfway line. Rakowski forced to retreat just a tad. Festus pushed off the ball legally, of course. Rakowski hugging the touchline essentially with that dribble, as the Brooklynites win themselves another throw-in here. We are just about 5 minutes away from the full-time whistle. This would be FA Euro U13's first win of 2025 as of the calendar year. Not of the season, of course. In the first half of action, FA Euro New York, the U13 squad, of course, had only one win and 2 draws. So this is not a bad way to start the second half. Fighting tooth and nail in these last fixtures of theirs. And Coach Adam Marcus said it himself before this match started, that he's hoping to turn this momentum of good performances into points this weekend. And that he's been more than satisfied with the progress of this group. And I'm sure he must be feeling very jubilant today. With a 5-2 scoreline where everything has gone essentially right and well for FA Euro New York. Especially from the offensive point of the game. Something that FA Euro had been improving in its last games or so. Especially in this calendar year of 2025. As Festus was trying to win the ball back alongside Axel. Rakowski driving it centrally. Here comes Axel with a shot of his own, looking for that debut goal. And Bayside FC fortunate enough to get another goal kick. We're within the final 3 minutes now. As the pass is played laterally from defender to defender. FA Euro nearly taking the ball away, and it would have been in a dangerous spot as Axel, in fact, does accomplish that task. As it's played out wide, Chebarovsky attempting to steer this pass into the 18-yard box, dealt with by the backline of Bayside. The Rhode Islanders with a lot of real estate in that middle third. A sliding challenge from behind by Festus slows down Bayside. It would have been a very favorable counterattack as the FA Euro defender wins that one-on-one. That was Chris Reddy, who scored the second goal in this game. Goal number 1 scored by Joshua Fishman. Second goal scored by Chris Reddy, assisted by Joshua Fishman. The third goal was scored by Patrick Ivory. And of course, the fourth and fifth goal were scored by Fishman to complete his hat trick. Certainly the leading candidate for the unofficial man of the match in this affair. As Rakowski doesn't realize, but he was half a body offside. A very good eye by the assistant referee. As we are now within the final minute of regulation time here. Perhaps we'll see a minute of stoppage time, just like the first half. Just a little bit less. Can't really say there was stoppage time in reality. It's really been a non-stop game. As Bayside looking for an extra silver lining here. Inside the penalty area, going for a near post shot. Forcing the goalkeeper into a shuffle, although it does swerve wide. As Sheehan will likely get one of the last touches on the ball. Sheehan booting this one forward. Still with Bayside. Bayside looking for one more goal to its name to make it a 2-goal loss instead. But the defenders of FA Euro doing everything in their power to prevent that. Festus. As Festus Howard. Didn't have any reinforcement there. All the way back to the goalkeeper. With nobody pressuring him. And Rakowski and Kellerman being told by Coach Adam Marku to play low pressure here. The right decision as we are in stoppage time. And just like the first half, barely a minute of stoppage time, but after 70 minutes, it's FA Euro New York that finishes as this match's victor. Of course, with a 5-2 scoreline. Once more, 3 goals scored by Joshua Fishman, scoring the first, fourth, and fifth. Chris Reddy scoring the second, and the third goal being scored by Patrick Ivory. That being said, though, Bayside FC did open the scoreline within the opening 18 seconds, and also was able to find the second goal via a penalty. That being said, however, it's a 5-2 scoreline that felt a lot closer upon the eye test than on paper. A good bout between those two. However, the MLS Next Party has just started. So do stay tuned for some post-match action. And of course, for the U14 and U15 MLS Next fixtures coming up next. You've been watching U13 MLS Next on Game in Frame.
Bonviel has the ball, takes a shot, rips it from outside the 18 and goal!
From perhaps that defensive error. Still with Paxton. Paxton to toward Dagan. Dagan inside the 18-yard box. Dribbles away from 2, 3. Dagan! Goal for Brooklyn United!
Right-footed, and it's Rich. He could have it. Oh, a reaction save there from Watson.
Through ball excellent by Olkini. As Kevin chips the goalkeeper 4-1.
Ball still in, Intercontinental, top of the box with a shot. Sean with the save, still there. Sean with the second save. Excellent work from Sean.
Try to be taken down. Johnson onto the left foot. Has Jalot. Jalot for game, set, and match. It's a bit wide, and it's in. Game, set, and match.
There's a gap here.
on the left side for the Pacifics to exploit. It's slotted through. Matthew Forster, first chance of the game, and it's buried by Matthew Forster.
Seiler now on their right. Seiler with a great ball trying to find Sasha. The shot and a goal! What a beautiful build-up by F.A. Euro!
There it is, towards the captain. He goes over in the box. A shot comes in, and again Webster.
Distributes the ball. Buccini moves it on to El Handawi, who slips it through to King. And there it is, slotted again.
An incredible bit of skill there from Gladys.
Intercontinental will make their move. It's a shot, and it's in. That is unbelievable from Intercontinental. Beautiful shot into the upper 90.
Oh, Diamba! Oh, off the crossbar. They're claiming goal. It's goal! Diamba opens the scoring.
Back to Asher Rushevsky, left-footed pass toward Quincy Strauss-Figueroa. Thinking about a curler. Quincy Strauss-Figueroa!
Loose ball from Mario finds the feet of Gladys, who in turn lets his winger loose. Kovacic lets the ball forward, 3-0, just like that.
Can he be the hero? And he can! Goal!
My name is Austin Brummett. I'm a men's soccer player at San Diego State University, and I play forward. The salt air case helps block odor from my cleats when I'm driving in my car or when I'm keeping my cleats inside my house, so I don't have to worry about it stinking up my room. It helps me keep track of my cleats and my shin guards, so I know that they're together, and I don't have to worry about tracking them down or losing them or stressing out about where they are. I would definitely rock this, walking to the games, walking around to my trainings. And it's super helpful for travel. When I travel in the airport to go to away games, it's not going to stink up my backpack or stink up the plane where I'm sitting. Magnetic strip on the top is super easy to open to take my cleats out and to put my cleats back in. I think it's an essential part of my outfit for soccer, and it helps keep all my stuff organized and stink-free.
That's a good bit of footwork there by Spalding. It's gone for a spacious shot! It's magnificent by Spalding! So we are live here from Staten Island with the victors of this match, FA Euro New York, the U13 squad, with, again, a convincing performance, a 5-2 final result. Alongside me first, of course, is the hat-trick hero himself, Joshua Fishman. Joshua, tell me, what does it feel like to score a hat-trick in this sort of bout, firstly?
It feels great to score a hat-trick in the MLS Next, because it's more competitive between all the teams, and they're obviously on a higher level, and scoring a hat trick really feels really good.
So obviously scoring a hat trick, like you said, is a massive thing in MLS Next. Now the question is perhaps, how will this influence your next game, of course, that you have this weekend as well, tomorrow in fact?
So I think I'm going to look based off this game and try to improve off of it and to try to get more goals tomorrow.
A near perfect game, yet he still finds a way to look for those little improvement, and that's what's been shown really today. Again, 3 goals to your name as well as 1 assist. And speaking of that assist, Joshua, congratulations and thank you very much. We're going to talk now to Krish Reddy. We mentioned the assist. Krish, Josh was able to feed you from the wider ends of the field, and although there was chaos inside the 6-yard box, you found your way to etch your name onto the scoreboard. Tell me, how were you able to find that positioning and just that confidence to blast it past a ton of traffic?
Well, I was looking for the header from Josh. Then I saw the ball come in, and the ball looked like it was going to bounce back to me from the defenders, and I took my opportunity and scored.
Now, from the defensive standpoint, one perhaps was not anticipating your appearance in the starting lineup. However, you made a big impact today in that back line, sliding into the rescue. And of course, we already mentioned about your goal itself. So what was the key to today's game when it came to facing Bayside?
I mean, I was just going to come in with the right mentality, looking to win the game, play hard, and eventually we got the win.
And a win you did get, 5-2, and with a near immaculate defensive performance. So, Krish, congratulations, and thank you very much. And last, but certainly not least, we have the coach himself, Adam Marcu. Adam, you got to tell us, how does it feel? 2nd win of the season so far, 1st of the calendar year.
Yeah, it's great to win. I mean, the hardest thing to do in this sport is to lose games and to continue to try to develop and get better. I mean, that's what we have to do, and that's what we do in youth soccer all the time. But this is it's a testament to the progress that we're making. I think we're moving the right direction, and the team has really gotten a good sense of themselves, I think, as we start this season. So we had a couple good games last weekend. It didn't turn into results, but we were on the right track, and I think now we're starting to get together a little bit more. So there's going to be ups and downs in the season, but so far this has been a good start to the year and the calendar year.
Also, before this game, you did mention about the importance of this squad's specific momentum, especially its good performances that came so close, yet still weren't able to get those 3 points. Again, how is that looking like for tomorrow? And, of course, that triple header against the Met Oval Academy side.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big game because Met Oval is very close to us, so it's a rivalry, if you like, a friendly rivalry, but a rivalry. And I think right now we're starting to feel like we're building on something. So whenever you start to get momentum and you become that snowball rolling down the hill and picking up speed, it gives you a chance to move into the next game. But it's a doubleheader weekend, and you never know with energy levels the next day and rotation. So we got a lot to work on and kind of think about tonight, but it was a good day today, and we're happy about it for the next couple hours.
An excellent day for FA Euro New York. Coach, thank you very much, and congratulations on the win.
Thanks very much, guys.
Thank you. As again, live from Staten Island, it's FA Euro New York that beats Bayside Football Club in a 5-2 affair right here in this very windy weather, of course. I have been Sean Cabrera. Behind the camera has been Roberto Estrada, both reminding you, of course, to stay tuned to the U14 and U15 fixtures of these same 2 sides coming up next. This has been MLS Next on Game in Frame.
Remarkable! Incredible! Unbelievable!
Save! And Spark are champions!
Good up, Pepe! Goal!
It doesn't get any better than that. Following the first game of today's MLS Next trilogy, in which the U13 squad had beaten its rival 5-2, these same club's U14 platoons intend on making the dust fly in Staten Island. When this Bayside FC roster visited that of FA Euro last year in the U13 competition, of course, when these players were naturally a year younger, we were treated to a 9-goal spectacle that in which the former scored 6, in other words, Bayside scored 6, and the latter, FA Euro, scored 3. With this in mind, let's hope for some similar thrills in today's bout. I am Sean Cabrera, behind the camera is Roberto Estrada, and this is MLS Next on Game in Frame, which has been brought to you by Salt Athletic. Salt Athletic has made the Air Case, the world's freshest, most advanced cleat bag that blocks smell by using antimicrobial technology that makes for odor-free car rides and houses. Salt Athletic is offering the Game in Frame community an exclusive discount, so scan the QR code to get 10% off and keep it fresh. In the meanwhile, of course, we'll also go over the roster for FA Euro New York, this U14 squad. With the number 1 on his back, in goal is Sean Applebaum, who has really made some highlights as of late when it comes to Game in Frame social media, to say the very least. Meanwhile, Dima Sinenki wears the number 2, last seen, of course, in the U13. Mek Gralic as well will be part of this squad. Matteo Convertini, also captain, will be donning the number 4. Henry Matson is a part of this squad. Sasha Demidov-Menshikov, one of the most cold-blooded strikers that you'll see here in this part of the Northeast Division of MLS Next, also part of this feature. Ilnurbek Hakimov, who will aim to display his creativity today as a part of this squad. Saba Anchebadze, likewise, an offensive-driven machine, is accompanied by Maddox Mandrescu. Mark Eisenberg, also last seen in the U13 game, will be playing in this bout. Rafa de la Rosa is technically not going to be playing in this one due to an injury. In fact, he had torn his ACL, according to the news we had received. So we do wish him a speedy recovery as he supports his team, of course. Siler Wilson also making his name in the Game in Frame social media aspect in that bout versus Intercontinental FA. Matthew Shapovalov with the number 27 on his back will also be making an appearance in this game. Diego Mancilla Ortiz, another slippery player that is able to slither right by you with a lot of class. Jeremy Frias, a part of this roster. Kai Fleming, always a rock in the back line, accompanied by another defensive line member, Liam Dobson. Karthik Sathe is also going to contribute to this game in favor of FA Euro New York, and Luca Nicoli will also provide his presence in this bout versus Bayside FC. Bayside FC already onto the field officially in a last group huddle. FA Euro New York in an all-white uniform, Bayside FC in an all-red kit, as the two captains coincide by the halfway line. FA Euro New York and Bayside FC both in the mid-table of their respective subdivisions, given that this is technically a Northeast division, but one is part of the West subdivision, the other part of the East subdivision, with FA Euro being part of the former, the opposition being part of the latter. So again, do stay with us, as MLS Next action will be coming soon. Assuming Bayside Football Club has watched its opponent's previous matches this season, one would imagine that this afternoon's away side will try overloading the wider ends of the attacking third. Meanwhile, Football Association Euro New York will likely set its sights on making up for its recent home defeat to Intercontinental FA by completing and finishing, most importantly, creative, game-changing chances. As FA Euro New York, likewise, with its last huddle before kickoff, it will be the home side playing away from its normal Brooklyn, instead in Staten Island, that will get the ball rolling first. As the referee ensures everything is in order, looking at his assistant referee to our near end, the whistle is blown, and FA Euro New York encounters Bayside FC in this U14 MLS Next contest on Game in Frame. Again, I am Sean Cabrera, accompanied by Roberto Estrada behind the camera, and we both thank you for tuning into this transmission of MLS Next on Game in Frame. As there's already a throw-in in favor of the away side, Shapoval chasing it down on the wider ends. Instead, he can rely on his goalkeeper, Sean Applebaum, to recover. In fact, according to the lineup that we've received here, FA Euro New York is sporting a 4-1-4-1 formation. The back line of four featuring Mek, Mateo, Matthew, and Kai. That sole one midfielder, or defensive midfielder I should say, being Ilnorbek Hakimov. Meanwhile, Mark, as well as Saba, Karthik, and Jeremy will complete the four offensive quote-unquote, or simply central midfielders. And the leading striker, of course, will be Sasha Demidov-Menshikov, as within this opening minute or so of regulation time, Bayside Football Club is the first to win a corner kick. We saw an early goal in the last bout of this triple header, as Shapoval guards the near post. Applebaum on his goal line. Currently 6 red jerseys, now make that 7. Inside the 18-yard box, served toward the first post. Shapoval's there. Applebaum is there as well, denying a shot practically at point-blank range. Heroic stop by Applebaum. 19 mile per hour winds, 31 mile per hour gusts. If you don't believe me about the strength of these winds, 3 of the 4 corner kick flags are currently down on the ground, all blown in the same direction due to Mother Nature. As FA Euro New York gets itself a free kick that perhaps could be aided by the aforementioned weather factor here. Practically a Chicago simulation given the cold winds here. As this one is served toward the first post, Sasha Demidov-Menshikov unable to get that killer touch at the end. Goalkeeper guarding his near post well. Bayside driving it down the left-hand side. The players in red and black conceding another throw-in, but halting Kai Fleming and co. So far, a solid opening 3.5 minutes. No goals, of course, to really stun us this early. But both defensive units have been tested, as Jeremy Frias, as Jeremy was eventually sandwiched by 2 defenders, taking the ball away from him. The Rhode Islanders hugging the touchline, astute dribbling. That ball never completely went beyond the boundary. Very well done. The visitors from the Ocean State. This one launched over Shapoval's head. Bayside playing it outward in reality, trying to gain themselves some space, are the visiting players. Frias hoping to connect on that 1-2 with Kai Fleming, just a little too close to the boundary. It's a throw-in for Bayside once more. And one should rightfully expect this match to be a neck-and-neck one, given these two teams somewhat similar standings in their respective divisions. Both somewhere within the mid-table, with FA Euro in the West subdivision of the Northeast Division. Meanwhile, Bayside in the East counterpart. Karthik boots it away. As yet another throw-in occurs for the away team. We did mention it in the intro about how the wider ends of the field will be likely the best friend, or best friends, I should say, of the Bayside players. Some of the goals and some of the chances allowed by FA Euro New York have come from that part of the field. It's something that they've been continuously looking to improve. As a foul, not committed according to the referee. Frias driving this one towards Sasha Demidov-Menchikov. Sasha dribbling away from one defender. Sasha Demidov-Menchikov, left-footed shot, blocked astutely by the defender. The follow-up, lots of ricochets. A diving block at the end does just enough to halt the concession of a first goal. As the strong winds blow right against our faces here, in other words, toward the camera. Fortunately, the sun is out and about to accompany us, so it's not as frigid. Through pass toward the right wing, one that could be controlled, and is done so by Matteo Convertini. Convertini playing it toward Karthik. Karthik, a slightly risky pass toward Shapoval. Oh my, that's amazing. That's amazing. The winds are so strong that the wind, it didn't permit that ball to really complete its inverse parabola. That is stunning. In other words, it stayed in the air despite wanting to move forward with the inertia. Goodness me. It looks like Mother Nature does want to play in this game. And who doesn't want to be involved in this fixture, as Frias is unable to beat that sliding defender. Great play after great play in this bout so far. Nothing to indicate on the scoreline, but when it comes to the eye test, it has been quite nice. Karthik lobbing it. Sasha Demidov-Menchikov, his first touch toward Jeremy Frias. As Jeremy almost overstepped that one. Shapovo drawing back as well. Matteo Convertini chasing down. Still with Bayside. Inside the 18-yard box now. It's crossed toward the near post. Sean Eppelbaum with a diving block. Lots of creativity being shown. Lots of pace as well. A 2-on-2 counterattack. It nearly ends up as 1-0. Had it not been for the proactivity or proactive style of Sean Eppelbaum, who we've seen in the past has made some sensational saves. Eppelbaum barking orders at his defenders as to where they should push the ball. And we've seen how this 4-1-4-1 formation can change into a 4-1-3-2. Specifically, that two being Jeremy Frias and Sasha Demidov-Menchikov. As Eppelbaum collects this ball inside his own penalty area, Shapoval would be the nearest option. Instead, he goes for the second nearest option in the form of Matteo Convertini, who plays it over toward Ilnurbek Hakimov, playing the role of CDM or central defensive midfielder. Ball is taken away. Bayside FC in the driver's seat now, playing it out wide, using his pace to his advantage. Still inside the penalty area. Eppelbaum recovers. However, the referee had already signaled for a goal kick, so all done in vain. Lots of expectations in this MLS Next fixture. Two teams with nearly equal standings. Two teams with arguably similar playing styles too. Not identical per se, but you could tell the inspirations are somewhat similar. Karthik has his chipped pass blocked. It's still with Bayside inside the penalty area. Lots of contact. Referee allows play to go on. Karthik. Pardon me, not Karthik, Kai. Now it's with Karthik, who plays it over toward Kai. The two Ks linking up, as Jeremy Frias was the intended recipient. Karthik with some defensive playing. Defensive and aggressive. Bayside FC would be winning this game surely if we were counting throw-ins here. As Shapoval, locked in a one-on-one duel, gets beaten by the defender, had some reinforcement, fortunately for him, as Frias dashes forward, tries to keep the ball inbounds, just an inch too late. As we are past the 11th minute mark here. I must say this game is already going by fast. I can't believe 10 minutes have already gone by just like that in the blink of an eye. As Shapoval wins his side a goal kick, Applebaum, with time to consider, decides to play it out quickly instead to Convertini. McGralick playing it forward towards Sasha Demidov-Menshikov, forcing himself to be a winger here when he's on paper the leading striker. Bouncing off the right foot of Saba Anchebadze, who has been quiet so far within those opening 10 minutes. Saba, normally known for his aggressive playing style on the offensive side of things. Jeremy Frias putting his body in front of the opposition's kick. And so far it's been the same old song and dance as it has been for the last 13 minutes about. Another throw-in for Bayside FC as we are starting to feel now the 30 plus mile per hour gusts. As Kai Fleming receives the instruction from the referee to take this free kick, not throw in instead. Slightly driven, didn't get too much airtime. Ilnurbek Hakimov trying to accomplish the same task. Frias being grabbed from behind, perhaps. Frias once more sandwiched in between those two defenders. They've had his number for now, as Kai Fleming went a little too aggressively for the tackle, and no time wasted for this set piece as they switch sides here, as Mark Eisenberg unable to get to the ball first as well. Jeremy Frias, he's been constantly surrounded. It feels as though these defenders have in fact done their homework, as Kai Fleming rushes back. Kai, who committed the last foul here so far with Bayside. Some great dribbling. Now it's all about finishing. Sean Applebaum with a quick dive. Able to hold on to it as well. Not very easy. So far, the opposition's goalkeeper not forced into any saves so far that I can recall. Bayside FC, on the other hand, with 2 forced saves out of FA Euro's netminder in blue. And we are seeing the second corner kick for this away team, who completed the more than 200-mile voyage to get to this part of New York City. crossed toward the near post. Sean Eppelbaum with firm gloves. As Eppelbaum wanted to kickstart a counterattack, unfortunately for him, as you could see by his body language, had to delay it quite a bit as he rolls it out toward Mek Gralik. As Mek, still in a contest for the ball, ultimately ends up losing it and indirectly wins it with a throw-in. Also, in more related news updates, I suppose, when it comes to this match specifically, all 4 corner kick flags are now down on the ground. Previously, it was 3 of 4 that had been brought down by Mother Nature, but now the winds have, I suppose, tumbled a 4th. So no corner kick flag is left standing. As FA Euro somehow slithers its way past the middle third, played out wide toward Eisenberg. Eisenberg, left-footed cross toward Frias! Just wide! A picture-perfect cross. Kai Fleming looking to do the same. Frias, I believe, had missed that ball by just inches. No more, no less. What would have been a textbook counterattack is halted by some unfortunate luck, as Eppelbaum likewise forced into a clearance that crosses the touchline, but it's not one that he had wanted to do. It looked like the wind had blown it this way, in fact. We already saw it once when Shapovalov tried to clear it, and somehow that ball stayed up in the air despite the clear motions of it trying to move forward. The aerodynamics of this ball being put to the test as Sasha Demidov-Menshikov heads his way past 2-3. Demidov-Menshikov driven forward. Great pass. Sasha unable to complete it. Still with FA Euro New York inside the penalty area. The shot ultimately whiffed thanks to some great defending. Saba Anchebadze was the last to touch the ball for FA Euro New York inside the penalty area. Bayside keeping the ball alive and winning this ball in the same preferred spot. That is via a throw-in right on the edge between the middle third and the attacking third. Oh, and you can see the motion on that ball with that throw-in. That throw-in swerved like a slider in the MLB. Looked very direct and then suddenly just tipped out of nowhere. Has nothing to do with the throwing motion, but instead with the winds, as Bayside FC is able to win itself another corner kick, the 3rd of its kind. It's been non-stop action. This is the closest thing we've had to a pause, is when they set this ball up for a throw-in and or for a corner kick. As there are various options inside the 6-yard box alone. This one toward the near post. I'm not sure if Eppelbaum got his paws to it. I'll have to see what the referee says here. It was quite hard to tell. Trying to surround the goalkeeper, force him into a mistouch. As this one goes out for a throw-in. 5 jerseys inside the 18-yard box belonging to Bayside FC. That ball connecting with none of them, as Eppelbaum instead holds on to the sphere. Forced into rolling it out towards Shapovalov. Matthew Shapovalov towards Sasha Demidov-Menshikov, who was hoping to connect with Saba Anchebadze. Karthik dribbles away from 2. Very conservative dribbling. Bayside. Switching sides now. They've been attacking a lot from this left-hand side, or our near angle given our view. FA Euro New York surviving for now thanks to a Karthik clearance. And now Kai Fleming's interception. Back to Karthik. who's almost acting like an extra defensive midfielder. So that 4-1-4-1 is really a 3-2-3-2 sometimes. As Shapoval has to dash back, Sean Eppelbaum. Thanks, Shapoval, for that great defensive effort. One could argue that it's perhaps one that should have never occurred, but you have to give credit where credit is due when it comes to recovery. And I believe this is the fourth corner kick for Bayside Football Club. Tons of red jerseys once more inside the 6-yard box. This one making a lot of contact. Eppelbaum guarding that post as well. And we have corner kick number 5 for Bayside. Eventually, if you keep knocking on that door, as I like to say, it will open. Sean Eppelbaum, however, doing everything in his power to put the keypad, the lock, and everything. As Shapoval guards the first post, or near post. An outward swinger toward the back post, still soaring up in the air. Corner kick number 6. 3 back-to-back-to-back, all within the span of about 2 minutes or less. The Rhode Islanders looking for the first goal in this match toward the back post. Karthik, as well as Sasha Demidov-Menshikov, both clearing it out of harm's way. That's an audacious volley that ultimately goes on target. A ton of skill to not only connect with that ball, but to also place it on target. Lots of guts to do that. Sasha Demidov-Menshikov linking up with his midfielder now. And Bayside have hardly allowed that forward, as well as his attacking midfielders, a sniff of the sphere itself. And it looks like FA Euro will have to rely on the counter-attacking game to at least frighten this Rhode Island opposition, who at this moment has the ball. Shapoval, not able to fully seize it, but does enough to slow down his opponent. Bayside. Toward the left-hand side. Still outside the penalty area, but in the final third itself. He has a lot of space to think about it and drives the pass too strong. But now FA Euro New York must find a way to escape this tight throw-in, as Kai Fleming has Matthew Shapoval nearby. Instead, going for the farther option in the form of Jacob Mancia Ortiz, and it results in a free kick in favor of Bayside Football Club. A very intelligent play off the ball by Bayside to now establish this free kick from give or take, I would say 22 yards away from goal. This one swerving toward the near post, and Sean Eppelbaum had it under control. However, a defender soars in to clear it away. Corner kick number 7, if I'm counting correctly, for Bayside FC. Always have to listen to your keeper. Lesson number 1 as a defender. Crossed toward the back post. Eppelbaum did get a paw to it. Second chance, still live, perhaps still possible for Bayside FC. First cross is faked. Second one as well. This third cross bouncing around. FA Euro with a desperate clearance. It does just enough. There are claims of a handball. Referee not abiding to them, as Eppelbaum perfectly positioned for this save. As he plays it short. It's still with FA Euro, specifically with Matt Gralick, who with a desperate pass was hoping that Sasha Demidov-Menshikov could drop back in time. Shapoval concedes corner kick number 8 for his side. Again, if this rhythm continues, FA Euro New York will likely have to just counter-strike everything that Bayside throws in its path. About 6 or 7 red jerseys inside the 18-yard box. Shapoval, the only one who makes contact with it, however. Bouncing outside the penalty area, that volley is blocked, or half volley, I should say. Follow-up, ultimately a soft shot that Eppelbaum can control. As the referee, I believe, issues a small pause here to make sure Kai Fleming is fit to continue. In the meanwhile, this is a reminder that the U15 rosters play directly afterward, circa 2:20 p.m. Also, FA Euro and Metropolitan Oval Academy go head-to-head in MLS next. The U13s meet tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. The U14 ones meet at 12:20 p.m. And the U15s meet at 2:20 p.m. Following that, the American Premier Soccer League sees Manhattan Celtic taking on Hoboken FC, both with 23 Metropolitan Conference points at 4:30, and Real Central New Jersey looking to improve its Delaware River Conference home record against a threatening Kensington SC at 8 p.m. All these matches will be broadcast exclusively here on Game in Frame, your home for grassroots soccer. As Bayside implements some personnel changes, a triplet of them. And so far this game has been somewhat the antithesis of the U13 bout we saw earlier. As the back line of FA Euro New York has to be careful here. Losing the ball in a dangerous area. The assistant referee has already raised the flag for offside. The referee never saw it at the end. That assistant referee had it up for quite a while, never communicated with the lead arbitrator. As Kai Fleming concedes the 9th corner kick for against his side, I should say. And we are expecting a substitution soon. As to who is entering the game, I believe that's Siler Wilson. As maybe corner kick number 9 will be fruitful for Bayside Football Club. Toward the far post, was thinking about the Olympic goal, wasn't he? As he goes for another cross. This one once more toward the same exact spot. This one finds its way into the back of the net. Bayside Football Club. The 9th corner kick is in fact the charm. FA Euro New York forced into soaking up all that pressure. And it is 1-0 in favor of the Rhode Islanders. Though the referee looks like he had booked somebody here. As for what, I'm not so sure. As Jacob Mancia Ortiz is replaced, Siler Wilson enters the game. So 1-0 is the scoreline in favor of the Rhode Island team, who you can't really argue hasn't deserved this opening goal. The Rhode Islanders had been the only ones in this game so far to even register a shot on target. I'd even go as far as to say as a corner kick. Again, I believe that was the 9th corner kick in this first half alone. As Kai Fleming, hoping that Karthik and co could drop back. Karthik loses the ball. There's a lot of malice in that tackle. One that demonstrates frustration. Oh, Bayside with some nifty moves. Outside the 18-yard box. Oh, just barely missing. Barely missing. And it was really due to a deviation. Corner kick number 10. Normally you don't see double-digit corner kicks in a single game, let alone combined, at least when we're looking at MLS standards. But in this game alone, 10 in favor of Bayside FC. Offensive competence at its finest. 10th service from the corner kick spot, still inside the 18-yard box. This one not finding its way toward the back of the net. As we've passed the half-hour mark, 10 minutes remain, or under 10 minutes remain, in this first half. And at most, so far we'll have a minute of stoppage time, I imagine. We've only really needed to pause the game for corner kicks and nothing more. Still anybody's game, however, only a 1-goal difference. As Kai Fleming tries to play toward Karthik. Karthik was way too behind. Communication will be a factor here in this game as Bayside to make it 2. Oh, it nicks the crossbar. Excuse me, the wood post. The woodwork, the post. That could have been 2. Perhaps it should have been 2. Sean Eppelbaum saved by the woodwork, saved by the post. As the back line of FA Euro tries to escape the pressure in its own third. As FA Euro forced into backtracking, Ilnurbek Hakimov telling McGralick to play out wide. Again, communication must improve for FA Euro New York. This could go from bad to worse for them as this cross nearly turns into a shot. And it's a goal kick for Eppelbaum. And this is a reminder that today's broadcast has been brought to you by Salt Athletic. Salt Athletic has made the Air Case, the world's freshest, most advanced cleat bag that blocks smell by using antimicrobial technology that makes for odor-free car rides and houses. As FA Euro New York enters inside the penalty area, Sasha Demidov-Menshikov knew that should have been 1-1. A drive excellently created by Siler Wilson. A shame for the Brooklynites, now playing in Staten Island, that didn't equalize the scoreline. Maybe their best chance of this early afternoon, as we're seeing more replacements here. Continuing, of course, with Salt Athletic. Salt Athletic, of course, with the Air Case, is offering the Game in Frame community an exclusive discount. So scan the QR code on your screen to get 10% off and keep it fresh. Speaking of fresh, Siler Wilson, with a very clean, had positioned himself accordingly. As one could perhaps see Ben Marco on the far side, telling his players to get themselves aligned more properly, as Kai Fleming likewise is corrected by the referee as to where this throw-in should be taken. Bouncing off the head of Ilnurbek Hakimov. Sasha Demidov-Menshikov to Jacob Mancia-Ortiz. Played all the way back to Sean Eppelbaum, who won't conclude this game with the clean sheet, despite a handful of decent saves. Things could be a lot worse if it weren't for Eppelbaum. It's still a 1-goal game, as Jacob Mancia-Ortiz receives the pass from Sasha Demidov-Menshikov. And the ball goes out of play for a throw-in in favor of Bayside. Just a little over 5 minutes remain here in this first half. It's been a very fluid game. Not too many pauses, just continuous action, especially from Bayside. As Ben Marco's FA Euro New York U14 team tries to reply. Shapoval locked in a duel, ends up winning that duel, drawing the foul and winning the ball, both simultaneously. Ilnurback Hakimov punting this one forward. Siler Wilson almost doing the same. Ilnurback repeating the same motion, aiming this one towards Sasha Demidov-Menshikov. Playing it back. Ilnurback intercepted very easily. Not enough power behind the pass. Bayside looking to reply. Kai Fleming with a great tackle. Kai Fleming possibly needed for another similar motion. Sean Eppelbaum, it's Kai Fleming once more. Statistically, it won't be valid due to the offside call, but Kai did everything right. I believe with this 4-1-4-1 formation, there's a lot of pressure on that one center defensive midfielder who is surrounded by a party of possibly 3 to 4 Bayside jerseys. It's possible that coach Ben Marku may have to formulate another formation here for his side, and it looks like that's the case as Sasha Demidov-Menshikov loses possession. Jacob Mancia-Ortiz and Siler Wilson are playing as the extra wingers now. So now this formation looks closer to a 3-1-3-3. As Kai Fleming wins the ball back for his side. Ilnurback with some good defensive pressure. Ultimately goes unrewarded. Matt Gralick, on the other hand. Well-timed challenge along the ground. Hoping that inspires something in his team to kickstart an offensive drive, but we haven't seen that too much. In fact, this offensive series is now being written up by Bayside, who, if is not looking for the second goal, is looking for the 11th corner kick. And instead it ends up as a goal kick. Not too much time left here in this first half. Just a little over 2 minutes without any additional time. Jacob Mancia-Ortiz, the target, steals back the ball actually. The pass had to be closer to Mancia-Ortiz, but Jacob displayed enough determination to win it back. As it's played quickly by Maddox Mandrescu towards Siler Wilson. His cross is blocked at the end. Kai Fleming. Oh wow, these winds are ferocious. Pushing that ball well outward. What a sudden gust. A Yorkie Poodle in this weather would just go flying. The winds are that strong, really. 21 mile per hour winds with 31 mile per hour gusts at this moment. Maddox Mandrescu trying to play it back quickly. Bayside has been a force to be reckoned with, as maybe the counterattack is on. Trying to catch the white jerseys off guard. Maddox Mandrescu hoping that Kai Fleming could connect with that tackle. And although Kai wasn't able to complete that motion, he does win a throw-in, and perhaps that will be the final touch in this first half. The referee did take a peek at his stopwatch. Kai toward a nearby Henry Matson. Mandrescu unable to get there first. Matson has some help as Ilnurback Hakimov backtracks, playing as an additional defender. Kai Fleming once more, always locked in those physical duels, always locked in those physical challenges. And just like that, we've seen the final touch of the ball in this first half, where after the first 40-minute period, it's Bayside Football Club that has the upper hand with a 1-0 scoreline. Stay with us as we show the plays of the week, halftime analysis, and of course the second half. You are watching MLS Next on Game in Frame.
Biel has the ball, takes a shot, rips it from outside the 18 and goal!
From perhaps that defensive error. Still with Paxton to toward Dagan. Dagan inside the 18-yard box, dribbles away from 2, 3, Dagan! Goal for Brooklyn United!
Right-footed, and it's Rich, he could have it. Oh, a reaction save there from Watson.
Through ball excellent by Olkini as Kevin chips the goalkeeper 4-1.
Ball still in, Intercontinental, top of the box with a shot. Sean with the save, still there. Sean with the second save. Excellent work from Sean.
Try to be taken down. Johnson onto the left foot. Has Jalot. Jalot for game, set, and match. It's bit wide, and it's in. Game, set, and match.
There's a gap here on the left side for the Pacifics to exploit. It's slotted through. Matthew Forster, first chance of the game, and it's buried by Matthew Forster.
Siler now on their right. Siler with a great ball trying to find Sasha. The shot and a goal! What a beautiful build-up by FA Euro!
There it is, towards the captain. He goes over in the box. A shot comes in, and again Webster.
Distributes the ball. Buccini moves it on to El Handawi, who slips it through to King. And there it is, slotted again.
An incredible bit of skill there from Gladys.
Intercontinental will make their move. It's a shot, and it's in. That is unbelievable from Intercontinental. Beautiful shot into the upper 90.
Oh, Diamba! Oh, off the crossbar. They're claiming goal. It's goal! Diamba opens the scoring.
Back to Asher Rushevsky, left-footed pass toward Quincy Strauss-Figueroa. Thinking about a curler, Quincy Strauss-Figueroa!
Loose ball from Mario finds the feet of Gladys, who in turn lets his winger loose. Kovacic lets the ball forward 3-0, just like that.
Can he be the hero? And he can! Goal!
My name is Austin Brummett. I'm a men's soccer player at San Diego State University, and I play forward. The salt air case helps block odor from my cleats when I'm driving in my car or when I'm keeping my cleats inside my house, so I don't have to worry about it stinking up my room. It helps me keep track of my cleats and my shin guards, so I know that they're together, and I don't have to worry about tracking them down or losing them or stressing out about where they are. I would definitely rock this, walking to the games, walking around to my trainings. And it's super helpful for travel. When I travel in the airport to go to away games, it's not going to stink up my backpack or stink up the plane where I'm sitting. Magnetic strip on the top is super easy to open to take my cleats out and to put my cleats back in. I think it's an essential part of my outfit for soccer and helps keep all my stuff organized and stink-free.
That's a good bit of footwork there by Spalding. It's gone for a spacious shot! It's magnificent by Spalding!
As the second half is ready to go underway, it's FA Euro New York, of course, that's wearing the all-white uniform. Bayside FC will get the ball rolling for this second set of 40 minutes. The referee assuring everything is in order. Bayside FC as well with the 1-goal advantage. And let's not even talk about corner kicks, where they've already accomplished the double digits in the first half alone. But of course, that makes us wonder, what do these two teams need in order to secure a victory here in Staten Island? Starting first with the away team, Bayside FC, the visitors from Rhode Island. Certainly, they need to continue overloading, crashing those wider ends of the field, as we had disclosed in the initial minutes of this broadcast for the U14 squads, in fact. As Matt Gralick does well to control that pass, or I should say ball, and try to pass it out. Continuing with that theme, Bayside FC has really controlled the wide ends of the field. No ifs, ands, or buts about that at this moment. FA Euro New York will have to learn to adapt to that rhythm. Speaking of which, FA Euro New York, if they're looking for the victory, the Brooklynites, of course, they need to start controlling the midfield, as for the first time in this match, I believe the goalkeeper of Bayside FC is required to use his gloves. As it's a pass back. Of course, FA Euro New York approached this game with a 4-1-4-1 formation. A lot of pressure, though, on that central defensive midfielder who kept getting surrounded every time, as Sasha Demidov-Menshikov is offside. In doing so, numerically, you are losing the midfield battle, and by doing that, Bayside FC has been able to generate tons of chances. If we're not talking about corner kicks from the wide ends, let's talk about the throw-ins as well. Always in between the middle third and the attacking third, but certainly always, almost always, in the opposition's half, at least in terms of ratio. As Meg Gralick, forced to retreat backward alongside Matteo Convertini, who just pokes it out of harm's way. Maddox Mandrescu prodding it toward his left-hand side. Were waiting for that service was Jacob Mancilla Ortiz. Pausing, half spinning. Jacob eventually forced off the ball. Oh, that could be a booking. That should be a yellow card. Poorly timed, maybe one of frustration. If not in best case scenario, one out of slight clumsiness. A very rash challenge. Some referees don't fool around. He made the right decision in taking out a card, but some are unforgiving and give a direct red. And I say this because, believe me, I've seen it here in MLS Next. As FA Euro New York gets a throw-in of its own. Meg Gralick in charge. Going back to the keys of the game. To summarize, for Bayside FC, it needs to continue overloading the wide ends of the field, forcing those defenders wide, and winning those corner kicks and throw-ins, of course, thus leading to even more possession, and sometimes offense is in fact the best defense. Meanwhile, for FA Euro New York, it has to start adding numbers appropriately into the middle third. It has to start controlling the tempo there. Most of this game has been decided in the middle third, in fact, specifically on FA Euro's end, but still the point stands. Sasha Demidov-Menshikov looks at this Hail Mary of a ball, ends up slipping instead. Forced to defend out wide, I believe, is Karthik. Sasha, not able to get to the ball first, but he does have Ilnorbek Hakimov helping him out. Ilnorbek, backtracking out wide. Remember, he was playing that central defensive midfield position, or role, as Seiler avoided one challenge. However, that extra touch made it trickle out of bounds. So this is a far cry from what we had seen last season when these two were in the U13 versions. It ended 6-3 in favor of Bayside FC. Nine total goals. I mean, it was a goals galore, just left and right. You couldn't afford to blink, otherwise you would end up missing a goal. As Kai Fleming slides in to block that pass. Ball goes outside by the far hand sideline, or far view sideline. Shapoval relying on his back line to win that aerial duel. Sasha Demidov-Menshikov knocking it forward toward Jacob Ortiz. Ball likewise cleared away from the number 30 of FA Euro New York. As this is a throw-in, or pardon me, not throw-in, I believe corner kick. For F. Oh no, it's a throw-in, okay. It's very close anyway. Practically just a toe inward. Just a toe outward would have been a corner kick. Jacob Ortiz trying to connect with Matt Gralick. Communication is key. Maybe that's another key as well for, or element for FA Euro New York to improve. Meanwhile, everything's been going right for Bayside FC. The only improvement, and admittedly it's a nitpick, is the scoreline, as it's still just a 1-goal difference. Convertini to Maddox Mandrescu, using his heel. Ball still goes up high. Convertini has support in the form of Ilnurbek Hakimov, who now has to dash back alongside the rest of his defensive compatriots. The Brooklynites playing in Staten Island. Kai Fleming to Shapoval. Quick pass over toward Applebaum. Applebaum can't have too much time with the ball, given that forward practically hunting it down. Jacob Ortiz collecting it with his thigh. Good control by the number 30, beating two defenders at the same time. Jacob Ortiz, his pass, however, is blocked. He can't be rash, though it's a clean challenge toward the ball. It's Maddox Mandrescu taking his time. Left-footed cross, maybe a left-footed shot. No, Sasha Demidov-Menshikov to a nearby Henry Matson. Ball going out of play. We've seen some various miscues from FA Euro New York. It's not very much like them, in fact. Quite often very vocal. Today, almost more on the timid side. Although the Brooklynites are doing everything in their power to stay alive in this game, still with a 1-goal deficit. With, admittedly, only one attempted shot, which came in the form of Sasha Demidov-Menshikov attempting to finish a cross, or if not through pass. Possibly the best opportunity, maybe for either team when it comes to goal scoring. Had nobody on him, merely just had to place it right, didn't need to blast it. Instead it went wide. And since then, FA Euro New York has only forced the goalkeeper into using his gloves once. And that occurred here in the second half, within the opening minutes or so. Maddox Mandrescu unable to control. Mandrescu receiving the pass from Seiler. Wilson. Henry Matson opting not to take the throw-in. Instead, it's Kai Fleming. To Ilnurbek Hakimov, who dons the number 10 on his back. Maddox Mandrescu knocking it backwards with his head. Sasha Demidov-Menshikov can't do much about that. Hoping to win another throw-in for his team in white. The Rhode Islanders. Pushing it forward little by little. Shapoval poking it away with his right foot. Kai Fleming hoping to contribute to the offensive game.
as Convertini playing it out wide toward Kai Fleming. Inderbeck Hakimov to Siler Wilson. It looked like a good pass at first. It looked like it was a 1-2 waiting to happen. Bayside FC read it thoroughly, as that same Rhode Island team has also drawn a foul inside its own half. And that pass is played laterally. Siler Wilson maybe taking advantage of that lackadaisical pass. A little too calm, perhaps. Again, this is still just a 1-goal game. Sean Eppelbaum was required a couple times in the first half to make sure it remained that way. But still, the point remains alive as Siler Wilson with a great cross, goalkeeper with a great intervention. Second time in this match, if not half, that the goalkeeper needed his gloves, as Jacob Mansi-Ortiz has time to think about it. Was trying to square it towards Sasha Demidov-Menshikov. Maddox Mandrescu likewise looking for Sasha Demidov-Menshikov. This will be a corner kick for FA Euro New York. Currently Mac Gralick, as well as I believe Jacob Mansi-Ortiz, Henry Madsen, Siler Wilson, and Sasha Demidov-Menshikov are all at the far post, so this looks like a far post run. Corner kick played short. Maddox Mandrescu playing it toward Kai Fleming. Back to Inderbeck Hakimov. This looks like something off a training ground, but it doesn't result in goal. In fact, some calm dribbling by the defender, gliding by like a right winger, yet with the physicality of a fullback, if not center back. Bayside FC looking to give FA Euro New York the second concession of goal. This shot ending up in the gloves of Sean Eppelbaum, even with the deflection included. First save in this second half for Sean Eppelbaum, who I believe already had 2 or 3 in the first half. Shapoval dropping it back. Madsen. Those 1-2s with Siler not fully connecting at this moment. As the ball is played back, Siler Wilson having to glide by a handful of defenders. Shapoval whiffing the tackle. Great dribble by Bayside FC and its left winger particularly. Matteo Convertini, however, takes advantage of that short pass. Just a little too behind. These passes don't look too comfortable for FA Euro, given the opposition's presence. It's been a high press system all day for Bayside, as Jacob Mancio-Ortiz sees the bench for now. Entering the game is Saba Anchabadze, last seen in the first half. Throw in taken. Shapoval just did enough to win the throw-in. And the winds feel a lot colder. Another theme for today, even though apparently the temperature has gone up by 1 degree Fahrenheit. Currently 41 degrees Fahrenheit. It feels like 27 degrees. So in other words, the winds make it feel 14 degrees colder. And this ball makes its way toward the goalkeeper, coast to coast essentially. He's trying to keep it alive here. He does, in fact, just outside his 18-yard box. Some gutsy goalkeeping that doesn't result in anything in something that isn't fruitful, I should say. Kai Fleming with Jacob Mancio-Ortiz. To Kai with the reverse elastico of sorts.
To Convertini. Oh, Convertini has to be careful with that challenge. It was clean at the end, but it was very risky. Saba Anchebadze with some help. Maybe too much help. Bayside with another offensive series. Now cut down by Siler Wilson. Sasha Demidov-Menshikov on the receiving end of a crunching standing tackle. Throw in for Bayside. A little under 25 minutes remain in this match, in this second half, where the scoreline hasn't changed. Shapoval heading it away. And then meanwhile, of course, this is a reminder that the U15 rosters play directly afterward, circa 2:20 p.m. Also, FA Euro and Metropolitan Oval Academy, or Met Oval, go head-to-head in MLS next. The U13s tomorrow meet at 10:30 a.m. The U14 ones meet at 12:20 p.m. And the U15s meet at 2:20 p.m. Following that, the American Premier Soccer League sees Manhattan Celtic taking on Hoboken FC, both with 23 points in the Metropolitan Conference at 4:30 p.m. And Rouse Central New Jersey looks to improve its Delaware River Conference home record against a threatening Kensington SC at 8 p.m. All these matches will be broadcast exclusively here on Game in Frame, your home for grassroots soccer, as Wilson wins back the ball. Still in the middle third, and there's hardly any white jersey surrounding that player. One has to prevent these sorts of plays from happening instead of always relying on the back line to absorb it. Again, prevention could also be a fantastic form of defense. Sasha escapes one, escapes two. Sasha Demidov-Menshikov, left-footed cross, unable to connect with anybody. Kai Fleming with the throw-in. Oh, he's unoccupied. Saba Anchebadze. Surprised he didn't want to cut it more inward. He cut it, or I should say cut it outward. And it's a throw-in for Bayside. That looked like a slight opportunity wasted. Kai nearly drawing the foul. The Bayside defender doing everything right to recover it. Shapoval with the clearance. FA Euro New York still looking to reply. Still being shut out by this moment by its opponent, with only one registered shot. One that in fact veered off target, forcing the opposition goalkeeper to use his hands twice, both in which he stripped crosses whilst they were low to the ground. As the referee warned Saba Anchebadze. Free kick now for Bayside Football Club. One from about perhaps 22 to 24 yards away from goal. Maybe a little bit closer. He has 7 crossing options, I believe. Currently counting 7. 7 red and black jerseys, in other words, inside the penalty area of FA Euro, crossed toward the edge of the 18-yard box, and one has to assume that the wind had a factor. Too much curl, and one could see it now as that ball elegantly drops, or delicately drops. He had the right angle and everything, however, he was offside. Not too much time left, just about 20 minutes, if not a little bit less. Shapoval. as Saba Anchabadze chases his opponent, Bayside Football Club, winning the throw-in. Two teams on paper that are, again, on paper, equally matched, but it hasn't necessarily felt like that so far when we're taking into account possession mostly going in favor of Bayside FC. And if we were to have a heat map here, it looked like they would control the ball mostly in the middle third of FA Euro New York's half, if not the attacking third. Bayside with another throw in here. Bayside. Kai Fleming unable to get to the ball first. Henry Matson sandwiched. Saw the shove. The referee did. Ilnurback Hakimov with the free kick with the wind blowing against him. A delicate lob. This one towards Sasha Demidov-Menshikov. Back to Jacob Mansi-Ortiz. Kai Fleming trying to let it fly for a moment. It looked dangerous as Sasha Demidov-Menshikov trying to stomp on the ball. Has to drop it back to Ilnurback Hakimov. Still with FA Euro New York. That's a free kick in a very dangerous spot. Perhaps the Brooklynites' fortunes have changed. Two back-to-back free kicks. This one a lot closer than the first. And these are the sorts of set pieces that you have to place on target. It's Ilnurback Hakimov who's on set piece duty as he encounters a 5 Rhode Islander wall, now reduced to 4. Kai Fleming would be open on the left-hand side, although it looks like they don't want to go for that sort of play, as Kai Fleming holds down the ball as if this were an NFL field goal. Ilnurback Hakimov soaring over the crossbar. As there will be an equipment change. And a part of me does think that if Kai Fleming stayed in that wide left positioning, he would have had a better chance at goal. A part of me does think that nobody was marking Kai Fleming when he was originally there. Sure, the wall could have broken apart fast, but we also do know that Kai Fleming can think and improvise with a lot of haste. As the goal kick is played short at the end. Sasha with a strong touch. Goalkeeper forced to use his hands again. Perhaps a sign of better things to come for FA Euro. That's at least what the home fans are hoping. Sasha nearly taking it away. Received some help. FA Euro New York. Playing it almost down the middle. Ilnurback Hakimov received some interference. Kai Fleming. Left-hand side. Couldn't dodge the second tackle. Kai. With a very soft throw-in. Kai Fleming with a great cross! Somehow that doesn't end up on target. Henry Matson with a no-look cross. FA Euro New York, nobody there to take advantage. Second chance, near post shot. First of its kind on target. You know, for a moment, that looked quite threatening. That looked like the equalizer. Bayside doing very well, absorbing the pressure. Perhaps feeling it for the first time in this match as Kai Fleming commits the handball sin. A free kick played short. Making its way toward the edge of the 18-yard box. Bayside FC. Not too far away now from the 2-0 scoreline. Kai Fleming doing everything in his power to maybe prevent that cross, unable to do so. Still cleared out of harm's way. Saba. Likewise trying to do the same, trying to use his torso. Convertini wins that battle. Shapoval remains strong. Ilnerbek Hakimov boots it away. As Maddox Mandrescu now drops all the way back alongside Ilnerbek Hakimov, unable to intercept the first pass. Bayside FC with a lot of space, although now he cuts it outward. Left-footed cross blocked. It looked like that specific Rhode Islander was thinking about lining his shot up, and one would understand. Bayside lobbing this ball, trying to switch the play as those winds blow powerfully to the point that you could feel it maybe in your eardrums as a weird thumping sound of sorts. On the bright side, there are hardly any sight of clouds here in this part of New York City, as Ilnerbek Hakimov is brought down, and for the first time today, a Bayside FC player is booked. A collision there that brought down Ilnerbek Hakimov. So each team with a yellow card so far, or yellow card apiece. So it looks like Convertini will take this free kick. He's thinking about playing it short, in which he does to Ilnerbek Hakimov. Ilnerbek to Kai. Fleming links up with Saban Chebadze, who drops it back for Shapoval. Lateral play over toward Convertini. Back to Kai Fleming on the left-hand side. Kai with one step over. Forced to drag it back. Lobbing the pass over toward Shapoval. Oh, the wind curled that ball around. That was a dangerous play thanks to Mother Nature, as now Matteo Convertini clears it away. Ball is still live, however. Maddox Mandrescu does just enough to interfere with the help of Meg Gralick, I believe. If not Siler Wilson, as we confirm the number now. And that is 24, not 3. So it is Siler. In this Saturday afternoon fixture, remains 1-0 since the first half. I don't believe we've seen a corner kick for Bayside in a very long while, as Bayside was threatening that final third. The Rhode Islanders had 10 alone in the first half. Switching sides here, relying on the footwork of the right winger, who has an overlapping fullback, crossing it. That should be Eppelbaum's ball. Oh, there's a collision between the goalkeeper and the forward. Eppelbaum trying to at least swat the ball away, instead collides with the forward. At least he's back up on his own 2 feet quite quickly. But I believe their knees had crashed against one another. As Convertini won't be taking this free kick, instead it'll be Ilnerbek Hakimov. Ilnerbek putting it forward. Jeremy Frias back in the game. Strong gust of wind hitting us here, as Bayside FC won't be winning the corner kick, but they're not too far away from it, the Rhode Islanders. Kai Fleming with the final touch on the ball for now. Still with Bayside. Cleared forward by FA Euro, who haven't been able to do much in the middle third. It's really been the crucial element in this affair. As Karthik playing it toward Kai Fleming. Kai, right-footed cross from the left-hand side. Essentially a switch play. Still with Saba Anchabadze, right-footed pass. Sasha Demidov-Menshikov straight into the torso of the goalkeeper. Picture perfect positioning. That's a solid save. No spectacular dive required. Just excellent positioning on the goal line. The goalkeeper made his own life easy. As we're within the final 10 minutes. A nice curling pass. Jeremy Frias, a good idea as well. Good reactions though by the center back. Well, as the second half has progressed, FA Euro New York's performance has improved. We're seeing that with these shots on target and shots attempted at least. Bayside looking for that insurance goal. Still won't come to them. As Jeremy Frias wins back the ball with the help of Saba Anchabadze. Saba unable to get there. Shapoval to Jeremy Frias. Jeremy had two defenders marking him. Kai Fleming to Sasha Demidov-Menshikov, who registered a shot on target not too long ago. Immediate cross, but he's offside. I can imagine that for the FA Euro New York fans, this feels like a winnable game, or at least a tieable one, if you want to put that hyphen in between those two. Shapoval still in the driver's seat. Shapoval, cross, Frias! FA Euro New York equalizes! A long time coming. Scoreline is now 1-1. Shapoval with the solo drive along the right wing. Jeremy Frias with a cold-hearted finish sliding in. And now Bayside will certainly be looking for that second. The question now is, can FA Euro sustain the pressure? Can they absorb it? Bayside FC. Still with Bayside. The players in red inside the 18-yard box. Saba Anchabadze instead intercepts. Saba back to Sasha Demidov-Menshikov. A 2-on-2 counterattack. Make that 2-on-3 as Maddox slows down. And he slows down just enough so that the opposition recovers with Siler Wilson. Siler, who made some highlights last weekend, crosses it. It could be 2. Goal! Yes, it is! For FA Euro New York, in the blink of an eye, takes the lead 2-1. Siler Wilson with another highlight-worthy cross. Another highlight-worthy moment. FA Euro New York, 2-1. Well, what on earth happened within these final 10 minutes? Still ongoing, still anybody's game, only 2-1. In fact, 5 minutes remain just about. First time in this match that Bayside will have to play from behind. And of course, this will be a test of their mettle. For a large part of this game, Bayside FC has played spectacularly. A sudden response, a sudden breath of fresh air for FA Euro New York. Shapoval, who likewise registered an assist. That's played on forward toward Jeremy Frias, responsible for the first goal after receiving a cross from Shapoval. Siler Wilson assisting in the second. (2-1) here. And it's amazing how the tables have turned. Bayside FC trying to defend this throw-in. Bayside looking for a response. They had shut down FA Euro New York for a large part of this game, not permitting a shot on target until the second half, perhaps around the 50th minute, if not the 60th minute. FA Euro New York now trying to control the tempo in the neutral third by defending, as Kai Fleming receives some help from Maddox Mandrescu to Karthik. Still with Bayside, who has more than enough firepower to try to find that second goal. Toward the nearest central attacking midfielder. Lateral play, right wing left completely exposed. Bayside, immediate cross, just a little too behind. Second chance on the volley, blocked by Shapoval. Ball is still live here for Bayside. Siler Wilson with good interference. The Rhode Island side not trying to concede a third, as Sasha Demidov-Menshikov is all alone. Now there's some reinforcement with Frias. Frias to get there in time. No, just a nanosecond late. Playing it back now towards Sabah Anshabadze. Karthik. As Karthik goes for the conservative choice, heeding to the words of coach Ben Marku. Karthik chipping it toward Siler Wilson, if I'm not mistaken. Sasha Demidov-Menshikov nearly finding the third. Missing it by a whisker. Had he made sufficient contact, 10 out of 10 times that would go into the back of the net. This one was just an inch or two off above his leg. What a response by FA Euro. Karthik. Another thing about it, we are seeing a formation change. It looks like a 3-4-3 from this sort of angle. That does like to fluctuate a little bit. No longer sporting that 4-1-4-1 formation. So it makes sense considering that they were overloading the defensive part of the neutral third for FA Euro New York. Crossed for Bayside, just a little too strong. Ball still live here. As the ball goes out of play for a throw-in. Bayside looking for an equalizer here, knowing that a win was fully in their grasp, in fact, as we are in stoppage time now. We are within the 80th minute and above. Some last-minute theatrics, some last-minute miracles are required here for Bayside, looking to make it 2-2. FA Euro New York, on the other hand, trying to sustain this win. Looking for the collection of 3 points. Booted away. Ball still live. Maddox Mandrescu dropping back alongside Sasha Demidov-Menshikov. Kai, unable to get there first. Great play that unfortunately goes out of bounds. The referee looking at his stopwatch, fidgeting with the whistle in hand. And it looks like FA Euro New York is just seconds away from pulling off a great comeback. Sasha Demidov-Menchikov winning the free kick. According to the referee, there was a pull. Looked like to me some physical defending, but to each their own in that case. Not much one could argue with the referee. And the Hakimov with the free kick, played out wide. We are in stoppage time, so we're at least going to have a minute, if not two, possibly even more. Although I don't expect that much. It's been a fluid game with little to no pauses. Bayside on the left-hand side, Karthik slowing the team down. Karthik once more. Hassameid, Saba Anchabadze. On the right-hand side, Sasha Demidov-Menchikov. Using the little bits of the gasoline left in the tank. Jeremy Frias. Saba with some zonal marking. Shapoval not required for the touch. And the full-time whistle has been blown. And FA Euro New York is labeled as the victor of this match. 2-1 is a full-time scoreline. Thanks to a fantastic comeback within the final 10 minutes. Bayside FC performing extraordinarily well. FA Euro New York with an odd sense of second wind. But it pays off for the Brooklynites, playing in Staten Island with a home victory. Tooth, claw, and nail. All about it, all of it. Again, FA Euro New York with the victory 2-1. Do stay tuned for the finale and today's MLS Next triple header between the U15 units and for some post-match action. This has been U14 MLS Next on Game in Frame.
Bonviel has the ball, takes a shot, rips it from outside the 18 and goal!
From perhaps that defensive error. Still with Paxton to toward Dagan. Dagan inside the 18-yard box. Dribbles away from 2, 3. Dagan! Goal for Brooklyn United!
Right-footed, and it's Rich. He could have it. Oh, a reaction save there from Watson.
Through ball excellent by Olkini. As Kevin chips the goalkeeper, 4-1.
Ball stolen, Intercontinental, top of the box with a shot. Sean with the save, still there. Sean with the second save. Excellent work from Sean.
Try to be taken down. Johnson onto the left foot. Has Jalot. Jalot for game, set, and match. It's bit wide, and it's in. Game, set, and match.
There's a gap here on the left side for the Pacifics to exploit. It's slotted through. Matthew Forster, first chance of the game, and it's buried by Matthew Forster.
Tyler now on their right. Tyler with a great ball trying to find Sasha. The shot and a goal! What a beautiful build-up by FA Euro!
There it is, towards the captain. He goes over in the box. A shot comes in, and again Webster.
Distributes the ball. Buccini moves it on to El Handawi, who slips it through to King. And there it is, slotted again.
An incredible bit of skill there from Gredis.
Intercontinental will make their move. It's a shot, and it's in. That is unbelievable from Intercontinental. Beautiful shot into the upper 90.
Oh, Diamba! Oh, off the crossbar. They're claiming goal. It's goal! Diamba opens the scoring.
Back to Asher Rushevsky, left-footed pass toward Quincy Strauss-Figueroa. Thinking about a curler, Quincy Strauss-Figueroa!
Loose ball from Mario finds the feet of Gladys, who in turn lets his winger loose. Kovacic lets the ball forward, 3-0, just like that.
Can he be the hero? And he can! Goal!
My name is Austin Brummett. I'm a men's soccer player at San Diego State University and I play forward. The salt air case helps block odor from my cleats when I'm driving in my car or when I'm keeping my cleats inside my house, so I don't have to worry about it stinking up my room. It helps me keep track of my cleats and my shin guards so I know that they're together and I don't have to worry about tracking them down or losing them or stressing out about where they are. I would definitely rock this, walking to the games, walking around to my trainings. And it's super helpful for travel. When I travel in the airport to go to away games, it's not going to stink up my backpack or stink up the plane where I'm sitting. Magnetic strip on the top is super easy to open to take my cleats out and to put my cleats back in. I think it's an essential part of my outfit for soccer and helps keep all my stuff organized and stink-free.
That's a good bit of footwork there by Spalding. It's gone for a spacious shot! It's magnificent by Spalding!
Live from Staten Island, of course, we are seeing the aftermath of the U14 match between FA Euro New York and its opponent from Rhode Island, Bayside FC. Alongside me first is Matthew Shapoval. Let's start with the defense first. Absorbing or conceding 10 corner kicks in the first half, absorbing all that pressure, yet you guys were firm, bending but never broken. What was it like to really be part of the defensive unit today and being responsible for countless clearances and tackles?
Well, today was very difficult because first half, wind all against us.
Yes.
We had to every ball we cleared literally just came back right to us. And sure, they had some athletic players, but we dealt with that pretty well. And although they had 10 corners, we were trained very well to clear all those out and concede only one from that. So I'd say we did pretty good on that. Just have to work on adjusting with the wind. But other than that, it's perfect, I would say.
It's fair to say that, again, only the concession of one goal despite various chances from the opposition, yet, as I said, bending but never breaking, a very firm defense shown by FA Euro New York. But let's talk now about your offensive contribution. You had a solo drive down the right wing, and that resulted in an assist toward Jeremy Frias. So, of course, we're all thinking what inspired that solo drive down the right wing. Normally, when you're just playing a defensive position, inspiration.
So, Coach Ben was telling me and Mateo, the other center back, the whole game that we have to make more risk and obviously like do something to change the game, right? So as immediately as he put me as like a right center back, I immediately put that in my head, take a risk, try to change the game. Did that, immediately decided to take that ball and make a chance out of it. Put the cross in. Jeremy scored an amazing finish, and our team's confidence went up, and we managed to get the second goal to win us the game.
An absolutely game-changing moment, as you had described it, really. That shifted the whole momentum of it. So, Matthew, congratulations on the win and on the assist, of course. And following up Matthew Shapoval, of course, will be Siler Wilson as he makes the entrance over this way. Siler, firstly, congrats on the win.
Thank you.
Siler, let's also talk now about the defensive side when you're talking about the offensive third. They were playing a lot out of the back, but you, as well as Sasha Demidov-Menshikov, were applying as much pressure as you could in the attacking as well as middle third or offensive half. So we were wondering about what was the game plan before this game, given that it was Sporting, the team, a 4-1-4-1 formation.
The game plan was just to, like when I was pressing, it's just like apply pressure and try to stop them from building out. And it became a big challenge because of the wind. And the wind basically let them just hit it long over us sometimes, and that caused a lot of problems for our pressing. But as the game progressed, and definitely more into like the second half, since the wind was against them, it was much harder for them to build out, and we were able to actually win the ball a few times and create more pressure for them building out.
Now, this is the insight we'd like to see at Game and Frame. Siler, thank you on that. Let's also talk now about, we had set an assist, but the referee informed us, as well as your coach, that was overturned into a goal of your own. Somehow, a curler that made its way into the far post, stunning everybody. What were the emotions like when you were seeing that 2-1 change finally on the scoreboard?
It was a great feeling because I felt that throughout the game. I had some good moments, some bad moments, and then just seeing what I thought was an assist when I crossed it, and then after I heard it was a goal, it's just a great feeling just to know that also that the team is doing great, and then also I'm becoming like a big contribution to the team. It's like a great feeling.
I could only imagine. Siler, congratulations, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. And last but certainly not least, we have the goal scorer of the first goal, Jeremy Frias. Jeremy, congratulations. Yeah, sure, you could say whatever you like. So, Jeremy, let's start, of course, with also how the team was forced into absorbing pressure. We talked about this, but there were not too many offensive chances in that first half. What exactly changed in the second half?
Like, I don't know, when...
You can come closer, actually.
When Coach Ben, he told me as soon as I got subbed in to try to make a change and try to go in the box and try to finish. And that's when I saw the pass from Matthew, that cross. It's a wonderful cross, and I just had to slide in and try to get something out of it.
It makes sense right there. I also wanted you to go perhaps more into detail about Shapoval's cross, that you were able to just glide in right at the right time, perfectly putting it into the back of the net to make it 1-1, all of a sudden changing the tides.
Yeah, it was just a wonderful cross. He crossed it the back of the back post, and I was just there trying to follow it, and I slid in, and I got the finish right there.
Slithering away from a lot of company as well as from a lot of coverage, leaving you all exposed, and you got that goal to your name. So Jeremy Frias, congratulations on the win, on the goal, and thank you very much for the interview.
Thank you.
All right, take care and stay warm. Well, I have been Sean Cabrera. Behind the camera has been Roberto Estrada, reminding you for one more time that we have the U15 FA Euro squad up against that of Bayside FC coming up right next. You have been watching MLS Next on Game in Frame.
Remarkable! Incredible! Unbelievable!
Save! And Falco are champions!
Good on Pepe! Goal! It doesn't get any better than that. The conclusion of today's triple header between Bayside Football Club and Football Association Euro New York is upon us. A much awaited Northeast Division showdown as the former plays as an East Subdivision delegate and the latter plays as that of the West Subdivision. Both Bayside FC and FA Euro have similar standings in their respective subdivisions, so we may be in store for an electric exhibition. And given the previous track records, two incredible back-to-back Bayside FA Euro showings here on Game and Frame with this MLS Next triple header, surely we'll see an electric exhibition. I am Sean Cabrera, behind the camera is Roberto Estrada, and this is MLS Next on Game in Frame. Of course, this broadcast has been brought to you by Salt Athletic. Salt Athletic has made the world's freshest, most advanced cleat bag that's blocks smell by using antimicrobial technology that makes for odor-free car rides and houses, otherwise known as the Air Case. Salt Athletic is offering the Game in Frame community an exclusive discount, so scan the QR code on your screen to get 10% off and keep it fresh. In the meanwhile, as the two teams align with their own huddles, I would like to go over the FA Euro New York confirmed roster for now. In goal will be Frank Liu, wearing the number 1, of course, on his back. Abdusami Saidaliev will be a part of this squad. Roman Bobic, alongside Matthew Schwal, will also be featuring Jason Movsumov, Davin DeLuker, Jose Cruz, Pavlo Ivchak, Petr Mikunda, Matthew Rasiborski, Giovanni Spiota, Matias Claudino, Iren Bandasosa, Chris Rodriguez, Alejandro Ferrer, Tien Norbu, Joaquin Ciocchini, and Aristotle Zazulin. As it will be FA Euro New York that commences this match with the ball at their feet, the Brooklynites, playing in Staten Island. As the referee allows the play to go on, FA Euro New York and Bayside Football Club go toe-to-toe in this U15 MLS Next fixture on Game in Frame. As FA Euro New York got the ball rolling, Aristotle Zazulin tried playing it toward that left-hand side. Will be a throw-in instead for Bayside Football Club. As aforementioned, we've gotten two stellar matches between these two sides in the U13 and U14 variants, so one could only hope for the same here. As it switches on over toward the near side angle, of course, given our perspective. Playing up top with the striker is Matthew Schwal. As FA Euro New York hopes to break a trend here in today's trilogy of MLS Next fixtures. And the last two games, which also resulted in FA Euro victories, it was FA Euro that also conceded the first goal. Coming back both times to secure a victory, as Roman Bobic was able to slow down the defense of Bayside Football Club. Now with the ball in his hands is Norbu. Oh, there's an ugly collision there. Not quite so pretty. The referee assuring the player that he had heard the contact. Assistant referee as well. Quick to wave the flag for that. As I believe it's Norbu who stands over who stands over the sphere to take this free kick. A tight angle. He faces a one-man wall. This one about 20 yards away from goal, if not less. The Wind curling goalkeeper with some excellent reach and grab. If he were just an inch shorter, that would be curling all the way to the far post. And one can't deny that the Wind had something to do with that. Goalkeeper was well positioned, read it thoroughly while it was in the air. Norbu. Thinking about the shot, going from long range. Frank Liu tested. It hits the crossbar instead. Bayside Football Club with a stunning chance, almost making its way into the back of the net. Norbu outpacing one defender, but the ball outpacing him. An outrageous shot that almost pays off. A throw-in that ultimately connects with no red jersey. Abdusami Saidaliev guarding well, or so one would think, as Bayside recovers the ball. And the assistant referee had already raised a flag for offside. Perhaps to the surprise, or pardon me, not throw-in. As actually, there's going to be a pause here. So we're sticking with the original offside call here. So no correction needed. So it was originally offside. Bayside making sure to learn from its mistakes. Bayside still inside the 18-yard box. Now outside the penalty area. A smart shot. Although now a corner kick, I believe, is given to Bayside. I'm not sure I saw any FA Euro New York player touch the ball. That being said, though, we are seeing a trend of Bayside and its outright offensive competence. To have a program so solid is already impressive enough. As for the first time in what feels like 2 matches, the corner kick flag is in fact raised. Served with the left foot toward the far post, and the Wind had a massive effect there as well. On paper, it would have been a great cross, but with this 31-mile-per-hour gust, anything in the air will be affected, for better or for worse, and hopefully it's not for the latter, as the referee blows the whistle for yet another stoppage here in the form of a foul. As the Bayside player faces a 2, now 3-man wall, crossed toward Frank Liu's hands. Oh, that makes its way to the back of the net. Bouncing off Frank Liu's hands. The Wind had a factor. And it's a great goal by Bayside. The Wind with the unofficial assist. Bayside with an official free kick goal. Well, what more can you do about this? It was curling the right way. But just that slightest bit of wind affected the trajectory of the ball and now the trajectory of the scoreline. So for 3 games in a row in this MLS Next trilogy, FA Euro New York has conceded the first. But let's see if the trend continues, as FA Euro New York was able to come back in each of those games. A bit of a reckless challenge by Norbu. As FA Euro plays somewhat conservatively, now with a back line of 4. Almost appears that they are sporting a 4-4-2 formation. As the Brooklynites are unable to do much with that chance, as Movsumov
Drove it too far outward with his right foot. And if you're just tuning in, it's 41 degrees Fahrenheit here in Staten Island, New York. Now 40 degrees Fahrenheit with the latest update here. However, it feels like 28 degrees according to the weather reports. Hopefully, FAU New York is able to make this game a close one as we've seen in the other ones. The other two have been absolutely stunning. So one could only hope that the third one repeats that same feat. It's just been edge of your seat thriller nonstop in this MLS Next schedule here in Staten Island. With the U13 game ending 5-2 despite conceding in the first 18 seconds. And in a game that really wasn't as implied one-sided or implicably one-sided as one would presume with the scoreline. In reality, it felt more like a 5-4 game than a 5-2 finale. Meanwhile, in the U14 fixture, despite conceding first, and despite having to sustain and absorb this pressure until the final 10 minutes, it was within that range between the minute 70th and 75th in which FAU New York was able to make it a 2-1 game for a victory. So here we may be seeing a similar trend when it comes to excitement. As that ball bounces off the visage of a Brooklynite. So again, 40 degrees here in Staten Island, New York. Feels like 28 degrees. We have 18 mile per hour winds, 30 mile per hour gusts, all blowing toward our side, in other words, toward the camera, as the Bayside player was, in fact, squeezed by two players simultaneously by FAU New York, sporting its all-blue uniform. One that I'm not sure I've seen before, or one that's just seldom shown, but it is quite a snazzy uniform. Same goes for Bayside with the black half as well, given that it's an all-red uniform with, again, the black half. Frank Liu exits his 6-yard box to collapse on the ball. And it's good goalkeeping. Unofficially, however, he had received some words from his defenders to go out after the ball. Frank Liu. Bayside interfering by the middle third. Of course, this U15 squad is coached today by Coach Joe Balsamo. FAU New York. Still in possession of the ball. And it's with Norbu. Norbu. Abdusami Saidaliev did just enough to interfere there. Abdusami launching it toward his striker, who fortunately for him had Norbu nearby, so back-to-back throw-ins in favor of the local team here, who has to surmount a 1-goal deficit as a result of Mother Nature interfering with a free kick, arguably. As it trickled just past the hands of Frank Liu. And after a streak of FAU throw-ins, it's back to Bayside. Here comes Norbu. Oh, one would think. Good recovery by the fullback. FAU still not being able to totally win the ball here. Statistically, possession would go in favor of Bayside Football Club. The Rhode Islanders. Excellent tackle from behind taking nothing but the ball itself as the number 10 drives it inward for Bayside, filtering the pass past two defenders. Norbu controls it with his left shin, wasn't able to successfully complete the nutmeg. Back to Bayside Football Club. As we are past the 12th minute here, chasing it down is Matias Claudino. Aristotle Zazulin likewise contributing to the defensive scene as Matthew Schwall forced to drop back. Still with Bayside Football Club, although Abdusami Saidaliev was able to use his physicality to his advantage, conceding instead a throw-in. Bayside can trust the footwork of its goalkeeper, but instead it's a lateral play from defender to defender, from fullback to fullback, and now from fullback to Frank Liu, who decides to let this ball roll out for a goal kick. Goal kick played short over toward Petr Mekunda. Lobbed up top, couldn't make its way past the halfway line. Second chance for Norbu and co. Norbu along the right wing, decelerates, stops with the left foot, driving it inward. Not a bad cross, actually. Although Bayside Football Club still responds well. FA Euro New York unable to stealthily take the ball away. Referee ready to blow the whistle for a foul, instead allows advantage to go on. Good officiating. Not trying to kill the momentum of Bayside, who otherwise have the 1-goal advantage. It's still back to Bayside, all the way now in the attacking third. Abdusami Saidaliev ultimately winning the ball back, according to the referee, informing him as well as the rest of the audience that the ball had already rolled out of play. As Abdusami Saidaliev tells his teammates to move farther up in the field. Back-to-back throw-ins now for the local team. Now, both Bayside FC and FA Euro are currently sitting outside the qualification rankings within the combined Northeast Divisional standings for the MLS Next Flex tournament occurring in May. Considering that both teams are looking for at least a silver lining in regard to this facet in the campaign. The visitors from Rhode Island and the locals from New York City, of course, will naturally display the maximum effort to end the qualifying stretch on a positively or relatively positive note as the regular season resumes to action. And so far, we're seeing some great soccer, specifically from Bayside. Neither goalkeeper has been tested too much. Frank Liu has only had one shot or two shots, I suppose, since one did ricochet off the crossbar. But other than that, he's had to experience two shots, one on target, one technically off target. Meanwhile, the Bayside Football Club goalkeeper has hardly gotten his gloves dirty. I don't think he's actually used them once so far. Norbu isn't able to squeeze that pass. Physical defending, physical play. Referee not blowing the whistle yet. Aristotle Zazulin somewhat winning the challenge. As Norbu tries playing it toward his number 10. However, the fullback closely marking the FA Euro New York player, who opts to win the foul instead. Norbu would be the nearest player to take this free kick. Although the referee tells Norbu as to where he should adjust this ball. Norbu encountering a two-man wall, grounded cross, almost slips its way past a Bayside FC player. FA Euro New York still tussling for it. Somehow that ball is causing chaos inside the 18-yard box before the goalkeeper can clear it out of harm's way himself. Abdulsami Saidaliev forced to clear it toward the nearest sideline. You'd figure a cross like that would have gone in the air. As Bayside Football Club has a throw-in in the opposition's third. It's noteworthy to see how fast this team in red and black is able to shift the tides from absorbing pressure in its own third to suddenly attacking in the final third. Although this one was killed by a handball infraction. So FA Euro New York looks to give the opposition a taste of its own medicine. As the players from the Ocean State look to maintain this one-goal advantage. Norbu made his way past one. Some very physical defending from the defensive midfielder of Bayside Football Club does in fact pan out. Here comes FA Euro New York inside the 18-yard box toward the far post. Goalkeeper pouncing on it. Well, he's a very tall keeper looking at him from this sort of distance. Practically dealing with a Goliath. It looks like it'll take something special for FA Euro New York to beat that netminder. So one save, I believe, officially for the Bayside FC keeper. As FA Euro New York wins itself a throw-in. Flicking it upward. Still with FA Euro New York. A good drive down the left wing. Currently with Roman Bobic. As Bobic retreats the ball toward a nearby player, I believe in the form of Jason Movsumov. Movsumov, left-footed cross. I believe he was the last to touch the ball, and the referee does agree with that. It's a goal kick for Bayside. As we are almost halfway through the first half, where the score remains 1-0 in favor of Bayside Football Club. That ball bouncing off the elbow of a Bayside player. The referee was ready to blow the whistle. He allows play to go on as Norbu disrupted the play, conceding the throw-in. FA Euro New York, Norbu playing it centrally, now with the striker, who was unable to get a first touch on it. Norbu spinning away by one, playing it forward. These are good passes as Matthew Schwal plays it back out wide, still with FA Euro New York, winning itself a corner kick. A corner kick from our near side from this perspective. Aristotle Zazulin will be the set piece taker here. This appears to be an outward swinger, judging by his stance. A right-footed one with one arm raised. It's quick to the ground. He has to make sure he's onside. Aristotle Zazulin receiving back the ball. Zazulin had it knocked away. Schwal unable to take advantage. Something off the training ground that once more did not come to fruition. With Abdulsami Saidaliev looking for a target man for this throw and is able to connect with the head of an FA Euro New York player, but it's not enough to retain possession as Petr Mikunda likewise forced into some defensive play Schwal, unable to get there first. Same goes for Roman Bobic. And somehow Mikunda just arrives there in time, drawing the foul. Although I'm trying to understand why the referee blew the whistle for a foul there. It looks like he might have gotten physical with Roman Bobic. Oh, excuse me, not Roman Bobic, Petr Mikunda. As Peter Schwal, now I'm mixing up names. Matthew Schwal. As Norbu drops the ball back. This will be a free kick from a somewhat favorable position as Matthew Schwal is on free kick duty. We've seen him on set pieces before. Normally a calm penalty kick taker as well. Schwal encounters a two-man wall for Bayside FC. Another grounded cross. And one would expect these to go in the air. And suddenly, from the offensive third, FAO New York retreats the ball to its own goalkeeper. The players in blue playing it upward, relying on 1-2 passes to open up space. Matias Claudino likewise asking for the pass. Instead, Frank Liu, the goalkeeper, in aqua blue, or light blue if you want, actually. It is light blue as Petr Mikunda. Oh, that's a gorgeous pass to Norbu. Norbu using his pace, decelerating suddenly. Left-footed cross. Norbu just lost his footing. Oh, that looked like a vicious shove in the back. Looked like a foul to me. Didn't look like it was to the ball, rather to the man, especially when you're shoving from behind. Referee allows play to resume with this throw-in. Or pardon me, now via a free kick, I believe. So yes, this will be a free kick. Allow me to correct that statement. And this free kick ultimately connects with nobody. So Frank Liu will be taking the goal kick. Frank Liu adjusting this ball for the goal kick. Still with the back line of FAO New York before playing it up the middle onto the right-hand side. That ball bouncing out of play towards some of the spectators here. Abdusami Saidalia feinting a throw initially. Norbu, the intended target, forces the misplay, at least wins himself a throw-in. Roughly 15 minutes left in this first half. FAO New York still with the Brooklynites, thinking about the shot. It's Matthew Schwal who gets it on target. Good positioning by the goalkeeper, shuffling on his goal line. Schwal with the right decision to pull the trigger. The placement, however, could have been just a little bit better. But of course, we've seen Schwal in action. Once he has inertia on his side, it's very hard to stop him. So maybe a promising offensive start for FAO New York. As the Bayside FC set piece taker is telling his teammates to go toward the left-hand side more than anything else, not even centrally. This one, lobbed up top, gorgeous header, Frank Liu. Required for a save, an elementary one at that. That was an excellent free kick. He knew exactly where he wanted to place that ball. And I'll give credit as well to the header. Placing it on target. Norbu, unable to take it away. Infraction committed by FAO New York. According to the referee, he had pulled his opponent down to the ground whilst he was falling. as Schwal reemerges here. Norbu with some help from Abdusami Saidaliev. Norbu gets his pocket picked, but the referee deems it a foul. We're seeing a surprising number of fouls here. As he attempts to share it with a nearby winger, but at the end, it's Bayside FC that recovers the ball quite easily. As Bayside Football Club gets ready for this free kick, akin to the one we had seen previously, raises one arm, lobbing this one. No red jersey is able to connect with it immediately. However, it's still inside the penalty area of FA Euro New York. Schwal allows Roman Bobic and co to do their magic. As Roman Bobic, Roman receiving a shove in the back. Played back toward Peter Mikunda. Abdusami Saidaliev to Norbu. That's a crunching tackle if I've seen one. A great stop by the Bayside FC fullback. This has somewhat felt like a game of chess where you know both grandmasters will take their time with their moves before delivering the killing blow. In other words, this game has been really a contest of the midfield. Sure, we've seen the goalkeepers both with some saves to their names, but most of the battle has taken place here, not on the extreme ends, but rather in the middle. As Norbu makes his way inside the penalty area, a left-footed cross that didn't have enough juice behind it. Bayside FC not trying to concede a corner kick here. Norbu wins his side of throw-in. Bayside FC trying to pressure Abdusami Saidaliev into a misplay, and at the end his cross did not get so much contact off his foot as he had wanted. One could also say that the wind was working against him. That would be factually correct. FA Euro New York now trying to apply the high press system as Coach Joe Balsamo shouts orders to his players in blue. Abdusami Saidaliev with some very tight marking, eventually hugging his opponent, resulted in an infraction. As the free kick is taken backwards, and now from defender to defender, from fullback to fullback, as FA Euro New York is slowed down momentarily. FA Euro New York, that's a clean tackle. Standing and convincing. Still though, the players in blue keep the ball alive. Norbu specifically. Once more with another throw-in. We are about 10 minutes away, a little bit under, I believe, from the halftime whistle. The Rhode Islanders with the 1-goal advantage so far. All three teams have had to start their games with a 1-0 deficit now. And in a somewhat early fashion. As Bayside draws another foul to its name. Free kick now for the players in red and black. And in the meanwhile, MLS Next action continues tomorrow with the trilogy between Metropolitan Oval Academy and FA Euro. The U13s play at 10:30 a.m., the U14 ones at 12:20 p.m., and the U15s meet at 2:20 p.m.
Later tomorrow afternoon as well in the American Premier Soccer League, Hoboken FC and Manhattan Celtic duel at 4:30 p.m., both with the hopes of jumping to third place in the Metropolitan Conference. The Delaware River Conference, meanwhile, will witness fourth place Kensington SC going toe-to-toe with, of course, Real Central New Jersey in an 8 p.m. face-off. All these matches will be broadcast exclusively here on Game in Frame, your home for grassroots soccer. And while you're at it, do make sure to follow Game in Frame on Instagram at Game in Frame for the latest in Northeast grassroots soccer. FA New York. Well, ultimately a miscue from the striker. You could tell by his body language. All the other players were essentially lateral, if not in front of him. As Norbu was forced to retreat a tad, Roman Bobic with some aggressive defending, considering the high press. Again, we are seeing now a 4-3-1-2 formation being applied by FA Euro New York. One that works defensively, but the question is, how can it sustain itself offensively? As the assistant referee raises the flag for offside in what looks like a very tight and close decision. I will give her the benefit of the doubt. About 6.5 minutes away now from the halftime whistle. That's an excellent header backwards. As he drives it backwards, speaking of which, retreating to Frank Liu, the goalkeeper in light blue, playing it to a player in dark blue, specifically Petr Mikunda. Mikunda. Schwal. A tackle gone past Norbu. To drive it forward, no, a sliding challenge from behind, perfectly timed. As Abdusami Saidaliev launches this one toward Roman Bobic. Bobic stripped off the ball. Referee signals for advantage. The players in red looking to double their lead before the halftime whistle. Trying to learn the mistake of its predecessor earlier today. As Frank Liu exits his 6-yard box to stall and, of course, seize the ball. As he waves his teammates forward. FA New York expecting a sky-high long punt. This one makes its way toward the halfway line with 1 or 2 skips. Norbu has Roman Bobic playing as a central forward, or center forward better said, as the referee does blow the whistle for a foul, dragging down Norbu. And we've seen our first booking in this match. And it goes against Bayside Football Club. As Aristotle Zazulin faces a 2 Rhode Islander wall, the number 88 of FA Euro New York. With a right-footed delivery, is hoping to connect with any FA Euro New York player. Still with FA Euro New York, outside the 18-yard box, tons of traffic. Oh, that looks like an infraction. Hold on, we'll see what's going on here. So that's not a penalty, but you can't come any closer than that. Wow, that is a free kick practically right before the hairline, right before the edge of the 18-yard box. You can't come any closer than that.
a centimeter closer, and that would have been a penalty. Instead, it's maybe one of the closest free kicks possible, direct free kicks, I should say, that I've ever seen. As Matthew Schwal is now tasked with maybe goal scoring here from this situation against a 5-man wall. Matthew Schwal takes his steps, gets himself ready. Schwal to perhaps equalize. Schwal driven, goalkeeper reading it. Schwal took his chances, and although he was looking for the jackpot, it's good to say at least that the goalkeeper was well positioned and that at least the shot went on target in the first place. FA New York, past the middle third, past the halfway line, past the boundary, will be a throw-in for Bayside Football Club. With just a little over 2 minutes remaining in this first half, where the scoreline has remained unchanged since that free kick goal by Bayside Football Club. A dangerous touch on the ball. Here comes FA New York, thinking about it, going for the far post. Great save by the goalkeeper. Follow up! It's Schwal! Fantastically positioned. And FA New York looks to close this first half with at least an equalizer. Goalkeeper did everything possible, and Schwal makes up for that free kick just moments ago. This time punishing the opposition. It's 1-1 between these two. No clean sheets. As a spectator here decides to show off his footwork and receives even some applause. Abdusami Saidaliev has to be careful. His foot very close to the touchline itself. Schwal, the latest goal scorer, looking for an assist. Goalkeeper able to intercept it inside his own 18-yard box. Final minute now of regulation time in the first half. Oh, that's a great punt by this goalkeeper. As Abdusami Saidaliev once more on throw-in duty. Flicking it upward. Schwal, the intended recipient, not there first. Bayside Football Club looking to prevent the concession of a second, but wouldn't be opposed to the scoring of one. Bayside maybe thinking about a corner kick, thinking about a free kick. Lots of traffic, lots of bodies in the way. Roman Bobik has to be careful to not commit the sin. Instead, he draws it, but before the referee could even issue a free kick, that will be the last touch on the ball, where after 40 minutes, it is 1-1 between these two, between FA New York and Bayside Football Club. Of course, stay with us as we present the plays of the week, halftime analysis, and of course, the second half. This is MLS Next on Game in Frame.
Bonviel has the ball, takes a shot, rips it from outside the 18 and goal!
From perhaps that defensive error. Still with Paxton to toward Dagan. Dagan inside the 18-yard box. Dribbles away from 2, 3. Dagan! Goal for Brooklyn United!
Right-footed, and it's Rich. He could have it. Oh, a reaction save there from Watson.
Through ball excellent by Olkini. As Kevin chips the goalkeeper 4-1.
Ball stolen, Intercontinental, top of the box with a shot. Sean with the save, still there. Sean with the second save. Excellent work from Sean.
Try to be taken down. Johnson onto the left foot. Has Jalot. Jalot for game, set, and match. It's bit wide, and it's in. Game, set, and match.
There's a gap here on the left side for the Pacifics to exploit. It's slotted through. Matthew Forster, first chance of the game, and it's buried by Matthew Forster.
Tyler now on their right. Tyler with a great ball, trying to find Sasha. The shot, and a goal! What a beautiful build-up by FA Euro!
There it is, towards the captain. He goes over in the box. A shot comes in, and again Webster.
Distributes the ball. Lucini moves it on to El Handawi, who slips it through to King. And there it is, slotted again.
An incredible bit of skill there from Gladys.
Intercontinental will make their move. It's a shot, and it's in. That is unbelievable from Intercontinental. Beautiful shot into the upper 90.
Oh, Diamba! Oh, off the crossbar. They're claiming goal. It's goal! Diamba opens the scoring.
Back to Asher Rushevsky, left-footed pass toward Quincy Strauss-Figueroa. Thinking about a curler, Quincy Strauss-Figueroa!
Loose ball from Mario finds the feet of Gladys, who in turn lets his winger loose. Kovacic lets the ball forward, 3-0, just like that.
Can he be the hero? And he can! Goal!
My name is Austin Brummett. I'm a men's soccer player at San Diego State University, and I play forward. The salt air case helps block odor from my cleats when I'm driving in my car or when I'm keeping my cleats inside my house, so I don't have to worry about it stinking up my room. It helps me keep track of my cleats and my shin guards so I know that they're together, and I don't have to worry about tracking them down or losing them or stressing out about where they are. I would definitely rock this, walking to the games, walking around to my trainings. And it's super helpful for travel. When I travel in the airport to go to away games, it's not going to stink up my backpack or stink up the plane where I'm sitting. Magnetic strip on the top is super easy to open to take my cleats out and to put my cleats back in. I think it's an essential part of my outfit for soccer, and it helps keep all my stuff organized and stink-free.
That's a good bit of footwork there by Spalding. It's gone for a spacious shot! It's magnificent by Spalding!
as both teams emerge onto the field. Bayside Football Club in its red and black uniform, of course, for the second half. The same goes for FA Euro New York in an all-blue kit. That being said, though, let's talk about the halftime analysis here that has been brought to you by Salt Athletic. Salt Athletic has made the world's freshest, most advanced clean bag that blocks smell by using antimicrobial technology that makes for odor-free car rides and houses, otherwise known as the Air Case. Salt Athletic is offering the Game and Frame community an exclusive discount, so scan the QR code to get 10% off and keep it fresh. Funnily enough, the key to this game for both sides are identical as Bayside gets the ball rolling for the second half, for the second set of 40 minutes. Both teams have committed various infractions, surely, but the more notable part, as we see a foul right there, is that these fouls are committed in dangerous locations and very favorable parts of the field. And in doing so, you're not only running the risk of conceding a penalty at one point, but you're also running the risk of very favorable positioning with the free kicks as a whole. For example, Matthew Schwal's free kick that had gone toward the bottom corner that the goalkeeper had saved, to ones like these that are served up way high toward the far post that FA Euro New York must defend. As Roman Bovic lobs it toward Jason Movsumov. Matthew Schwal with no touch defending. Very solid FA Euro New York under Norbu's guidance. Norbu going for a shot, has it immediately blocked. Promising start for FA Euro New York so far in the second half, as once again all 4 corner kick flags are down on the ground. Not a single one up due to the wind of 19 miles per hour and gusts of up to 30. It was 31 earlier. So corner kick now for FA Euro New York. It appears to be an outward swinger, judging by his stance. Played short, played quick. Left-footed pass, still with FA Euro New York. And so far we've seen 2 corner kicks that have not gone their way. Trying things off the training ground that so far have yet to come to fruition here in Staten Island, as there's a physical contest for the ball, and the referee, with good attention to detail, gives FA Euro New York another corner kick. 2 consecutive ones to start this second half. And maybe third time's the charm for FA Euro New York, whose first 2 corner kicks have not really been fruitful. This one toward the far post. Third time is in fact not the charm, though he was thinking about the Olympics. And talking about FA Euro New York, we also got to think about Joe Balsamo and the substitutions that he's probably conceiving at this moment as to whom he should replace, as to when. You have game changers like Chris Rodriguez as well as Alejandro Ferrer. But it is a question of when and who and whom, as the referee says it's no handball, all ball, most likely because his hand was in a natural position. And this continues the theme of fouls in dangerous spots. Both teams need to cease the committing of these infractions. Standing over the ball is Mikunda, Peter Mikunda. This one going on target almost. Not a bad effort at all from the defender. One from about 30 to 35 yards away from goal. Made the goalkeeper sweat a little bit with that hop. As now Bayside Football Club restarts the game via this goal kick. And we're seeing a front line of 3 for FA Euro New York, with Jason Movsumov along the left wing. I believe Matthew Schwal on the right. Movsumov who claims of a foul. His wishes are granted. Now, I'm not sure if there was contact there. If there was, it might have been the slightest stamp. I'm not sure if I saw it. So we have another free kick from practically an identical spot, if not just a yard closer. We last saw Peter Mikunda taking a set piece. As Matias Claudino aligns himself for this free kick, one that perhaps was a little generous in the first place. Claudino serves this one up into the air, nearly finding its way into the far post, but it was never going to threaten the tall goalkeeper. Schwal is now the center forward instead of the right winger. Claudino passing it with his chest. Still with FA Euro New York, as he was, in fact, offside. Not realizing it. In fact, a late whistle to that. Schwal up the right wing. Cleared forward by the fullback. Bayside Football Club now with a counter strike of its own. He escapes from two, but not the third, in the form of Roman Bobic. Oh, and that could be a foul. That should be a foul. As the referee believes he was offside in the first place. I'm not sure about that. Lots of confusing signals here as the assistant referee nods his head no, that wasn't offside. The lead referee says yes, he was. The assistant referee was signaling for a foul in favor of Bayside Football Club. And now the lead referee overturns that decision. So now the arbitration has become a theme in this game, and it's never a good sign. It either shows that both teams are playing physically or that the referees are having a factor here, which really should never be the case. And frankly, I would prefer the former rather than the latter. If both teams happen to approach this game with an aggressive but clean at the end playing style, there's not much more you can do about that as long as the nerves are calm. As Peter Mikunda with another free kick from this spot, from this angle. Mikunda looking to place this one on target. Was not as close as it was the first time around. As now Bayside FC has a goal kick of its own. That likewise isn't played short this time, as Matias Claudino steers it toward the direction of Jason Movsumov. Scoreline remains even 1-1 within the dying minutes of the first half. FAO New York was able to equalize thanks to Schwal taking advantage of a goalkeeper's, well, not really spill per se, but more like rebound. So yes, a goalkeeper rebound was what Schwal was able to profit. Oh, that's a physical challenge. Looks like the referee is pointing to the spot of the foul here. It's a little hard to tell given the body language of everybody. Some are aligning themselves for a goal kick, others for a free kick. As the player is a little slow to get back up on his own 2 feet, and it will be, in fact, a goal kick. And I thought that was the right decision. Shoulder-to-shoulder charge. Both looking for the ball, of course. Still with FAO New York, thinking about a long-range shot. So far, FAO New York in the second half has been out shooting Bayside FC, but none of them have actually tested the goalkeeper's gloves. Bayside FC getting this ball back into action. Aristotle Zazulin not able to beat his marker. However, Roman Bobic goes for a mini voyage of his own that ends in an interception. Peter Mikunda still with Bayside, crossing into enemy territory. The Rhode Islanders thinking about the shot, feints the first time around, just about. Now along the right wing, still inside the penalty area, crossing it. He has a lot of space to work with. Frank Liu wasn't able to get a sufficient touch. It's Bayside FC that once more regains the lead. Perfect passing. Stellar passing. Excellent transitioning from the middle third to the final third. All the touches were precise, down to the shot itself, which required more accuracy and precision than power. Nicely done, nicely slotted. Roman Bobic looking for an offensive chance as the opposition goalkeeper decides to punt it back. The wind certainly stalled that ball. That ball was meant to go beyond the halfway line, and suddenly the winds just held it exactly in its place as two players tumble on opposing sides. I believe it's a foul against FA Euro New York, if not a goal kick. Well, it is the former. It is a free kick. As FA Euro New York, for the second time in this match, is forced to play with a 1-goal deficit. Now at the feet of Abdusami Saidaliev. Roman Bobic to chase down his marker. Roman Bobic unable to get there in time. Samov also enacting himself as an extra defender. The high press system of FA Euro New York now changing into that of a low press one. Well, efficiency is the name of the game for now, as Roman Bobic gets himself a yellow card. Free kick for Bayside FC. So FA Euro New York had outshot, as previously stated, Bayside FC in the second half, but Bayside practically only needed one shot. One shot attempted, one shot on target, one shot converted to goal. Pure efficiency here from the Rhode Islanders, who have a free kick. Lobbed toward the far post. Frank Liu shuffling inside his own 6-yard box, now on his goal line. And from free kick, it turns itself into a corner kick, the first in this second half, and the first for Bayside FC in this second half. As one Bayside jersey surrounds Frank Liu. In fact, there are 6 Bayside players inside the penalty area. One in the 6-yard box alone. Crossed toward the far post. That bounced off a hand, I believe. That bounced off a hand. Somebody's hand was elevated. Hard to tell as to whose hands those were, but it looked like it would have been against FA Euro. Things nearly went from bad to worse here, given the 1-goal deficit that FA Euro New York must surmount once again. Euro dropping it back just a tad inside the penalty area, taking a shot toward the near post. Goalkeeper with good positioning, kneeling first and then diving exactly onto the ball. As that crosses the touchline for a throw-in. FA New York taking its time as there's a substitution in effect. And we are awaiting that of FA Euro New York as well. These two teams are two sides of the same coin. At least when it comes to the aggressive playing style. That being said, Bayside's control of the midfield has been a game-changing factor here, especially with that second goal. We talk again about the transitioning from the neutral third to the attacking third in just a blink of an eye, as Aristotle Zazulin gets ready for this free kick. Matias Claudino now taking the free kick. This one does connect with the head of an FA Euro New York player who wasn't able to redirect the ball past the goalkeeper's stature. As he punts this one beyond the halfway line, now the Winds are coming alive once again. Jason Movsumov wasn't able to outsmart his man. No foul there, as the FA Euro New York player was trying to draw it. Bayside FC looking for the third, could be the third. Ricochet misses the mark. This ball is still live, however. A shot gone cross. As now FA Euro earns itself a free kick. A diving save by Frank Liu is what prevents a 3-1 scoreline for now. Still anybody's game, just a 1-goal deficit. We looked at what happened in the first half. Possession practically dominated by Bayside, yet FA Euro New York was still able to find an equalizer to make it 1-1. Bayside hoping the same doesn't occur in this second half. Well, this wind isn't as face-freezing as it was last week, but it's still pretty close. As Bayside takes its time with this free kick, playing it forward, lobbing it. Frank Liu is required, is needed. Able to pounce on it before anybody else could get to it. Still up top with one of the latest entries in this game, Chris Rodriguez. We were mentioning him earlier, one of the game changers, alongside Aiden Banda Sosa. Crossed ultimately toward nobody, aimed at the near post. As this one becomes more and more agitated, Aiden Banda Sosa with some low pressure. That doesn't really satisfy Joe Balsamo, clearly. No foul according to the referee. And it looks like a decision that nobody in the spectator side of things disagrees. Aiden Banda Sosa wins his side a corner kick. FA Euro New York trying to complete the trifecta of wins here. The U13 accomplished theirs. The U14 as well. It's all down to the U15s. This one crossed toward the near post, dealt with by Bayside FC. Aristotle Zazulin playing it back out wide toward Rodriguez. Rodriguez still on the ball. The assistant referee has already raised a flag I believe for offside, but that was a very late call. I believe we still have yet to see the likes of Davin DeLuker, Pavlo Ivchak, Matthew Rasiborski, Giovanni Spiota, Alejandro Ferrer, Joaquin Ciocchini to top that list as well. Rodriguez to Roman Bobic. Pass too wide, aimed toward Jason Movsumov. And in the meanwhile, as we await this throw-in, I want to remind you that there's MLS Next action tomorrow in the same format, a triple header, this one between Met Oval and FA Euro. The U13s play at 10:30 a.m., the U14 ones at 12:20 p.m., and the U15 ones play at 2:20 p.m. As Bayside enters the penalty area, Frank Lou may be needed as Frank Lou collapses on the ball just in time. Looked like a breakaway as Frank Lou catapults this one. A great throw at that. One that could be admired by even an NFL quarterback, as Aiden Bandasosa inside the penalty area has his shot blocked. Good positioning by the center back of Bayside FC. Continuing, of course, with the game and frame action this weekend, as Chris Rodriguez thinks about his shot and the goalkeeper can calmly collect. After MLS Next action later tomorrow afternoon, in the American Premier Soccer League, Hoboken FC and Manhattan Celtic duel at 4:30 p.m., both with the hopes of jumping to third place in the Metropolitan Conference. And in the Delaware River Conference, meanwhile, we will witness fourth place Kensington SC going toe-to-toe with Real Central New Jersey, fifth place, of course, in an 8 p.m. face-off. All these matches will be broadcast exclusively here on Game in Frame, your home for grassroots soccer. Bayside FC with efficient possession and looking to display that with another goal. Great switch play from the right coast to the left coast, and that one is an outrageous shot once more. Well, it went quite wide. You can respect his ambition, but one does need to put that a little bit closer, as Movsumov has been replaced. In fact, we're seeing lots of new names now to today's game. Norbu is back alongside two more players whom we'll confirm shortly. As there was nearly a high kicking infraction. Defensive contribution by Giovanni Spiota. Throw in now for Bayside FC in these odd conditions. Peter Mikunda. Unable to really prod the ball away. It's right on the corner kick spot itself, in fact. And I believe FA Euro New York wins itself a throw-in. As we have under 20 minutes left, give or take 17. Frank Lou, whose punt had to go against the wind, was able to connect with Pavlo Ivchak. Ivchak with an overlapping Norbu. Norbu pushing it with the left foot. And that's good dual defending. Good communication between those two, as FA Euro New York has an Ivchak throw-in. Norbu Once again, his cross impeded. Aristotle Zazulin trying to do the same, temporarily does so. In fact, almost takes away the ball completely. Not going down without a fight is Aristotle Zazulin's mentality. That's his policy. Zazulin. As Rodriguez plays it all the way back. Some claims of a handball. As it's with Spiotta. Giovanni crossing it. And it will be a corner kick for FA Euro New York. Scoreline is still 2-1. It was 1-1 at halftime. Bayside once again found the leading goal as FA Euro New York equalizes this one. 2-2 yet again. Things are leveled between these two sides, neck and neck. And as previously stated, two sides of the same coin. A gorgeously placed corner kick. A calmly placed finish. It's 2-2. As now Bayside, for the second time in this match, has to surpass this tie. As he slithers past one. Very calm dribbling. Aristotle Zazulin poking it away with his right foot at the end. Under a quarter hour left. As now FA Euro New York will have a chance with the ball in their own third. As Frank Liu plays the free kick short over to Aristotle Zazulin, who has a lot of real estate, nobody pressuring him. Bouncing off the shoulder of Roman Bobig, hoping to turn into a pass toward Norbu. As the referee pauses the game for two substitutions. One from Bayside, one from Euro. Zazulin. Well, I wonder where he's supposed to be spotted for this throw-in. The referee has not corrected him at all. He took maybe an extra yard or two. As Zazulin opts not to touch it and instead take the throw-in in the exact same spot. Although the assistant referee says that Zazulin had touched the ball already. Lots of commotion. As now one could affirmatively say that Zazulin touched the ball last. That's a physical challenge from behind by Matias Claudino. And a little bit of fiery words exchanged between those two. Scoreline is still 2-2. And this has been a foul-heavy game as Frank Liu is needed on his goal line. Frank Liu, it's 3-2! Goal for Bayside! In the blink of an eye, we were talking about the dangers of free kicks. And Bayside FC provides a textbook example. Infraction after infraction, sin after sin. And once again, it is Bayside FC that breaks the deadlock. Aiden Bandasosa playing it out wide. Zazulin to Ivchak. Ivchak decelerates, takes his time toward a nearby Alejandro Ferrer. as Ferrer was already claimed, already deemed to be offside. Well, you can't say we've had a shortage of goals today in this MLS Next triple header. A 5-2 affair, a 2-1 finale for the U14s, and right now here a 3-2 result. Admittedly, this would be the first losing result for FA Euro New York today.
Hey, you see my boy Yaro? X says, oh yeah, Yaro's gonna put up a hattie right now.
Throw in, taken by FA Euro New York. Second chance. Eden Banda Sosa fouled from behind. Fouled by the left center back, I believe. So yet again, another dangerous free kick. Could be from a promising angle as he faces a 3 Rhode Islander wall. Right-footed service toward the near post. That's a heroic save. Spectacular. Top hand. Fantastic reflexes. Sublime stop by the goalkeeper. Using the advantage of his stature to the fullest. Second chance! Just behind the foot of Spiotta. That looked like the 3-3. That looked like, once again, the tying goal. As now the referee deems yet again another free kick in a dangerous spot against Bayside FC. Nobody on the wall for now. In fact, it's just now a one-man wall. A one-man wall. Rodriguez crosses this one toward the far post! Has it made its way? Yes, it has! That is sensational! What a phenomenal game we're witnessing, we're experiencing here in Staten Island. It's 3-3. 3 times FA Euro New York has conceded a goal first. 3 times they've equalized. It's just back and forth. A sublime free kick. Even Rodriguez himself looked surprised. Wow. There's simply no other word. We've seen some sublime soccer, seasoned with some aggressive play calling. This one crossed. Could be 4. Not too far away from 4. The spoil of 3 points will have to be shared for now, as it's 3-3. 1 point apiece for these two sides, as we are within the final 7 minutes. Rodriguez making an impact as a substitute. Roman Bobic re-enters the game. Rodriguez with some help from Aristotle Zazulin, who likewise was reinforced by Matias Claudino. Calm passes by Aristotle Zazulin. Aristotle Zazulin aiming at Pablo Ivchak. Zazulin to Ivchak. Back-to-back throw-ins. Now to Bobic. Goalkeeper aligning himself, still with FA Euro New York, inside the penalty area. Rodriguez's shot is blocked. That one might have bounced off his upper arm. We'll see, as the goalkeeper, regardless, with a fantastic stop, that won't be statistically valid, unfortunately. two sides of the same coin. There's not much more you can say about this. Look at the playing style of these two. Aggressive, efficient. It's 3-3. They're practically parallel images, mirror images of one another. This service making its way toward the edge of the penalty area. No one exactly there as Bobik reserves it toward the farther ends of the field. As Claudino has a nearby option for a throw-in. I believe Ciocchini has entered the game as well. Aristotle Zazulin, not sure if he had taken an invalid throw-in, as Ivchak collided with the Bayside player. The referee was quick to blow his whistle, however, for a foul against Ivchak. No booking, though. As once again, those two collide only momentarily. Rodriguez switching sides. Here's Spiota. Giovanni. Spiota to Rodriguez. Rodriguez! Good stop by the goalkeeper. There might have been an additional skip thanks to the turf, but he controlled it well. And that's a monstrous punt. Good for maybe about 50 yards. Bouncing off the heel, and I believe backside of a Bayside player. Ivchak to Rodriguez, who scored that last goal to equalize things, thinking about a similar effort, instead blocked by the head of a defender by Bayside. Good block as well. That goalkeeper would have been forced to dive toward his far post. This has been far from a quiet tete-a-tete between these two sides. Loud and bombastic as Rodriguez, still on top of the ball, drives it forward. Not a million miles away, trying to stun the goalkeeper from that sort of distance, that sort of angle. Perhaps you, the audience, had heard the audible sighs of relief. In the dying minutes of the game, still 3-3. FAO New York just refuses to give up, refuses to die, each time conceding first. Encountering a 1-0 scoreline, then a 2-1 scoreline, then a 3-2 scoreline. Simply a pest that won't go away, as the referee does issue a free kick for Bayside, to maybe the confusion of the away spectators and away players who thought it was a throw-in. As Ivchak is the only player on the wall, defended well. As Giovanni Spiota. Giovanni! A through pass that Aiden Bandasosa can't catch. Way too strong from Spiota. As we are within the final 90 seconds of regulation time. We'll see how much stoppage time will be accounted for. I'd say a max of 3 to 4. Not a max, I should say around an approximation of 3 to 4 minutes is in order. So once again, another free kick for Bayside FC. These two teams have suffered and have profited from free kicks in favorable areas, which has been the key to the game during the halftime analysis. As Frank Liu, in fact, I'm not sure there's anybody on the wall. It's a zero, nobody on the wall at all, as Bayside sends that free kick too high. You know, one would almost wish that this game would never end. Just back and forth. Stellar performance from these two. As we are, in fact, in stoppage time. Matias Claudino. It's Frank Liu. Was opting to sweep or keep. Claudino beat him to the punch. Or to the clearance, better said. As FA Euro New York receives a free kick due to a shove in the back in the eyes of the referee. This could be the last chance at getting a winning advantage. FA Euro New York in this match has never had the lead. As the goalkeeper orchestrates one last counterattack, perhaps. Still with Bayside. The wind ultimately pushing that ball out of bounds. Ivchak evades one, using his muscle. Ivchak. Oh, a cross-gone shot. Although it wasn't too far away, in fact, it might have nicked the back end of the woodwork. Trying to mimic what Chris Rodriguez had done to equalize in this game. And that's clearly a foul. And I believe Roman Bobic was already on a yellow card. It's all or nothing with these two teams. And you can't help but admire it. As the goalkeeper goes to serve it. Never reached the penalty area as Aiden Banda Sosa pokes it just in time. Advantage in favor of FA Euro New York. Here comes Piotta. Giovanni has Ivchak. His cross, gone shot, blocked and in the hands of the goalkeeper. Oh, the goalkeeper's going for it himself, turning into a Jorge Campos of sorts. Ball still bouncing upward. Giovanni Spiotta. Spiotta. And now maybe one could hear Coach Marco, excuse me, not Coach Marco, Joe Balsamo, shouting from the distance, it's now or never. And hasn't that been the feeling in this whole game? This one crossed toward the far post, nearly connects with an FA Euro New York player. Ball is still live as I believe that's Ivchak trying to shield it away from his opponent. As the winds refuse to cease. And the referee marks the end of this stellar game. An 80-minute showdown, similar to that of a cowboy standoff. Each time one team had the advantage, the other equalized. Remember, it started off 1-0 for Bayside, then it turned into a 1-1 game. 2-1 for Bayside, 2-2 equalized by FA Euro New York. 3-2 in favor of Bayside FC, finally turns into a 3-3 game, as we've seen here with FA Euro New York equalizing at the very end. Again, a far from quiet tete-a-tete that you just have to admire in all sorts of soccer. This has just been phenomenal. So again, the full-time scoreline is 3-3. Neither team gets the victory, but this has been one of the most sensational ties that you'll ever see in MLS Next. So of course, I have been Sean Cabrera. Behind the camera has been Roberto Estrada. And we both thank you for tuning into MLS Next on Game in Frame.